Chapter 328. The biggest winner Long Chun wasn't in the fifth stage. At this moment, everyone's body suddenly stiffened. Immediately, a few human kings leaped up and exclaimed, Long Chun isn't in the fifth stage. Could it be he opened the entrance to the sixth stage? How is that possible? The sixth stage has never been opened before. How could he do it? This person had an unprecedented understanding of the mountain in the first four stages. Now that the fifth stage has been burned to the ground, he probably obtained all the artifacts. He might have a way to enter the sixth stage. The human kings of the ancient clans discussed animatedly. Their faces were filled with shock. No one had ever entered the sixth stage since the opening of the northern region Divine Mountain. If Long Chun could enter and survive, he would obtain a great opportunity. Everyone searched the entire fifth stage, but no one could find the entrance to the sixth stage. After a while, the leader of the Soul Green Vine clan said coldly, when the Divine Mountain opens, all the human kings of the Soul Green Vine clan will gather at the foot of the Divine Mountain. Our clan must know the way to enter the sixth stage. And the artifacts here. This Long Chin's appetite is too big. At least 90% of these things should belong to our Soul Green Vine clan. Everyone chimed in when they heard that. Only Hun Xianfan remained silent. The Divine Mountain was a place where everyone relied on their own fortuitous encounters. Long Chun had already shown extreme benevolence by allowing the Redbud Vine to stay. His actions were truly unjust. Who would have thought that the fourth and fifth stages, where the human kings died the most in the past, would be passed so quickly? Most of the opportunities were obtained by Long Chun. Many of the human kings of the vassal clans felt relieved. In the past, they were cannon fodder in these two stages. Long Chun's actions allowed them to escape a calamity. On the sixth stage, Long Chun seemed to have stepped into an endless river. The river was filled with unprecedented spiritual energy. Long Chun stood in it like a small boat, unable to move. He couldn't help but sit down cross-legged on the surface of the river. Countless spiritual energy surged into his dantian like a myriad of beasts. Roar! One by one, the ghostly, demonic beasts came to devour him. When the river dried up, and countless ghosts and monsters trembled behind Long Chun, he walked to the seventh level, the eighth level, and then the ninth level. When Long Chun entered the ninth level, his aura was no longer the same as when he entered the sixth level. From the sixth level onwards, the flow of time in the entire sacred mountain slowed down. Long Chun spent a total of 3 years in the sixth, seventh, and eighth stages before he finally found a way out and found an opportunity. In the sixth stage, Long Chun had used his soul power to suppress tens of thousands of demonic beasts, devour the Void Spirit River, and snatch the Water Origin Divine Pearl. There were all kinds of divine-level martial skills in it, and Long Chun did not even bother to look at them. In the seventh stage, he would use a secret technique every 10 days to kill thousands of demonic beasts and obtain 36 Path Understanding fruits. Each fruit had the power of a human king. The most dangerous stage was the eighth stage. Even though the flow of time was slowed down, Long Chun stayed in this stage for a total of 2 years and fought every day. In 2 years, he walked from the entrance of the eighth stage to the entrance of the ninth stage. During this time, he was continuously attacked by countless nomological forces. He used his Taoist body to endure 2 years of torture. During these 2 years, he did not relax at all. In the face of such attacks, as long as he had the slightest intention to retreat, he would be doomed eternally. Now his Taoist body was indestructible. On the dragon soul in his body, the nomological forces had already condensed in more than 2,600 places. If he met the God Wolf clan second elder, who was at the sixth stage of the Human King realm, he would not need to consume elixirs. He could easily crush him. After stepping into the ninth stage, Long Chun's expression was calm. After going through the trials of the previous 3 stages, his heart was as calm as an ancient well. The entire ninth stage was a void. There was no sun in the sky, no ground under his feet, and no light in front of his eyes. Nothingness. It was a complete nothingness. In this pitch-black space, a strange image appeared in Long Chen's mind. It was a throne. Half of it was white bone, the other half was black gold, and the base was gilded gold. This object appeared in Long Chen's mind and could not be erased. He walked down and walked in the void. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. The slowed flow of time did not change at all in these 3 years. Long Chen did not stop walking, and there was no sound in his surroundings. For a moment, Long Chen even thought that he was deaf and blind. However, his heart became calmer as he walked. Various scenes from his previous life appeared in his mind. 10 years. When Long Chen sat on the throne, the dark void of the entire 9th stage immediately retreated. In all directions there was only void. Only Long Chen sat upright on the throne, undulating continuously. The void throne. I did not expect the 9th level of the sacred mountain to be hiding such an object. Long Chen sighed. In the 9th stage, there was nothing but endless nothingness that tested one's endurance and determination. If there was a moment when Long Chen wanted to turn back, what awaited him was eternal exile in the boundless void until he turned into a pile of bones. Long Chen even felt that he was quite lucky. If he did not have the divine consciousness of a sovereign and the temperament of a person who had lived 2 lives, he would not have been able to walk for 10 years. The Void Throne. It was the inheritance of the Void Ancient Kingdom in the 10 Directions Heavens. It was also the most mysterious clan in the 10 Directions Heavens. This clan lurked in the endless void, and it was rumored that they had been annihilated in the long river of history. Now it seemed that the sacred mountain was a relic left behind by this clan. Whoosh! Long Chen's heart moved, and the throne he sat on turned into a stream of light and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in the 7th stage. Seeing this scene, Long Chen could not help but smile. With this throne, he could travel to any place in the sacred mountain without any restrictions. He then picked almost 100 path understanding fruits. The flow of time in the last few stages slowed down. Only half a month had passed in the outside world. However, at this moment, all the stages had opened doors to the outside world. The exit of the sacred mountain had appeared. If they did not leave now, they would be trapped in the sacred mountain and killed by the power of the rules. The people of the Soul Ivy clan left one after another. Outside the sacred mountain, the people of the Godwolf clan had already gathered there. When their clansman's life card shattered, they had already made a response. The Bauhinia vine must not fall into the hands of the Soul Ivy clan. The Soul Ivy clan also looked across the mountain. A war was about to break out. At the same time, a piece of news spread to all the ancient clans. Long Chen had entered the 6th level of the sacred mountain. Not only that, but Long Chen was the real winner of this trip to the sacred mountain. Rays of light shone again. All the ancient clans returned one after another, including Jian San and the others. However, when the trip to the sacred mountain ended, the wars seemed to have just begun. All the ancient clans in the northern region gathered here, and the atmosphere was extremely uneasy. Chapter 329. 2 tigers fight for food. All the ancient clans had gathered at the foot of the sacred mountain because of the Soul Ivy clan and the Godwolf clan. The members of the Godwolf clan had ugly expressions on their faces. Originally, the 2 clans would not meet on the battlefield and come to the foot of the sacred mountain together. However, it was different today. The nameplates of all the members of the Godwolf clan who entered the sacred mountain had shattered. In other words, the sky-piercing Bauhinia vine must have fallen into the hands of the Godwolf clan. The sky-piercing Bauhinia vine would appear on the sky-piercing divine tree on the 5th level every 10 times the sacred mountain opened. This item was extremely useful to the Soul Ivy clan. The Godwolf clan wanted to replace the Soul Ivy clan to rule the northern region, and the Soul Ivy clan had a 50% chance of obtaining this item. However, they did not expect that the nameplates of all the human kings of the Godwolf clan and their subordinate clans who entered the sacred mountain would shatter. Not many human kings of the Soul Ivy clan died on the sacred mountain. This scene caused the members of the Godwolf clan to turn pale. However, when they looked at the Soul Ivy clan, They realized that the members of the Soul Ivy clan and the other ancient clans who had just come out of the Sacred Mountain were all staring at a young man. It's him. He obtained a divine tier elixir on the 2nd level of the Sacred Mountain. He opened the 9th mountain on the 3rd level and killed all the human kings of the Godwolf clan by himself. In the 4th level, he consumed 90% of the purple striped white flower, as if it was flat ground. He even burned the entire 5th level and obtained all the artifacts. Not only that, but he also entered the 6th level of the Sacred Mountain. All the ancient clans stared at Long Chun. Those who had not entered the depths of the mountain cried out in alarm. Every piece of news was shocking. Jian Shi-san and the others appeared one after another. They were also shocked when they heard the news. The Candle Dragon clan and the 3 from the Pill Palace who appeared at the same time also stared at Long Chun in shock. Long Chun ignored everyone's gazes. With a few leaps, he arrived before Jian Shi-san. His eyes narrowed slightly as he said, "I did not expect you to have such comprehension ability, directly advancing to sovereign personage." Long Chen's eyes were filled with admiration. Jian Shi-san replied excitedly, "The law that I have comprehended is actually the law of the sword that is emitted by the weapons on the Weapon Mountain. It is not a great Tao, but it is the most suitable for me." Long Chun nodded slightly and looked at the many path integration stage disciples and void return disciples behind him. He thought to himself that the harvest this time was not bad. 2 or 3 of these path integration stage disciples were actually about to step into the human king realm because of this trip. In the end, he walked towards Yin Li and Lu Yi, who were beside the 3 from the Pill Palace, and said in a deep voice, "The 2 of you follow the 3 of them to the Alchemist Guild headquarters of the Desolate Region first. I will be there soon." As soon as he finished speaking, Long Chun glanced at the various clans behind him and sneered, "All of you can set off now." The person from the Pill Palace who had been planted with the restriction looked at the various ancient clans who were eyeing them covetously. After a moment of hesitation, he said, "If you are willing to join the Pill Palace, no one will dare to touch you today." Long Chun shook his head and did not say anything. The person from the Pill Palace laughed bitterly and led Yin Li and Lu Yi into the distance. Before Lu Yi left, she shouted, "Little master, Yi will wait for you to find me." Seeing that Lu Yi and the person from the Pill Palace had left, Long Chun heaved a sigh of relief. Lu Yi and Yin Li's combat power was not high. The Alchemist Guild was where they should go. After that, the middle-aged man from the Candle Dragon clan looked deeply at Long Chun before he shook his head and left. He had heard Long Chen's words and knew that Long Chun would eventually go to the Desolate Region. He might even go to the Candle Dragon clan. At this moment, the Candle Dragon clan was not peaceful. At the same time, the various ancient clans gradually approached Long Chun. Jian Shi-san and the others stood vigilantly beside Long Chun. The middle-aged man from the Soul Ivy clan who had just left the Sacred Mountain walked in front of Long Chun and said calmly, "Little brother Long Chun, you have obtained many good things in the 4th and 5th levels. I'm afraid that the Soul Ivy clan should have a share of those things." Long Chun sneered and said calmly, "Everything in the Sacred Mountain depends on fate. Why should you have a share of the things in my hands?" Long Chun knew that he had done his duty by leaving the sky-piercing Bauhinia vine to the Soul Ivy clan. The Soul Ivy clan could rely on this item to secure their position as the ruling clan of the North region. However, it seemed that they did not only want this. The middle-aged man from the Soul Ivy clan said coldly, "Sir, it's best if you know what's good for you. It's fine if you take 90% of the violet patterned white flower in the 4th level, but you better hand over the artifacts in the 5th level. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave this place today." As he spoke, many human kings from the Soul Ivy clan glared at him. An old man among them asked, "Is it this person who killed many human kings from the Godwolf clan by himself?" Now it seems that the Godwolf clan is not as strong as we thought. Many human kings from the Godwolf clan turned purple when they heard this. The leader stepped forward and said, "I'm afraid your Soul Ivy clan is not much better than my Godwolf clan. The only Bauhinia vine was given to you by someone else. How laughable! The God Wolf clan, the Soul Green Vine clan, and their vassal ancient clans had close to 100 human kings each. Among them, there were more than a dozen human kings in the late stage. Their words were full of tension. Everyone knew that the God Wolf clan would definitely not allow the Soul Ivy clan to take the Bauhinia vine back. Otherwise, they would be in a passive position. On the other hand, everyone was worried for Long Chun. At this moment, the clan with the greatest strength in the northern region had already surrounded him and the people behind him. If he still didn't hand over what he'd obtained from the Divine Mountain, he would probably die here. The two ancient clans argued with each other for a while. In the end, their gazes landed on Long Chun. The old man leading the God Wolf clan said with killing intent, "Are you the one who killed the human kings from my God Wolf clan who entered the Divine Mountain? If you hand over everything in your possession to my clan today, we'll let it go. Otherwise," Long Chun looked around. There were hundreds of human kings in the future. He suddenly laughed and shouted, "I obtained dozens of artifacts from the 5th level. Every single one of them has endless uses. What does that have to do with you? You can't take these things for yourself." As soon as Long Chun finished speaking, a light flashed on his right hand, and 3 spiritual lights soared into the sky. Ripples spread out with him as the center. How laughable! Hand over the items you obtained from the 5th level and the method to enter the 6th level. Hand it over. The God Wolf clan and the Soul Ivy clan attacked at almost the same time. The late-stage human kings from each clan charged towards Long Chun and the others with boundless power of laws. Chapter 330. The legend begins. The faces of the Tao fusing stage disciples following Long Chun behind Jian Shursan turned deathly pale when they saw the incoming attacks. They had never imagined that the 2 most powerful ancient clans in the northern region would besiege them as soon as they walked out of the sacred mountain. However, just when they thought that they were going to die today, streaks of light patterns suddenly spread out from all around them. The 3 streaks of light that Long Chun had just thrown out were actually 3 array flags. Each array flag had countless patterns on it. The attacks of the lords and kings of the 2 clans collided with it, but they were all repelled. These 3 formation flags were obtained from the 5th level. They are called the Sky Suppression Flags. They can seal off an area of space for 10 days. Even if a Ren Huang comes, he won't be able to open it. Long Chun's voice came from within. The power of the array flags forcibly covered an area of 1,000 meters, and the people of the various races were unable to advance even an inch. The leaders of the God Wolf clan and the Spirit Green Vine clan turned ashen. However, the greed in their eyes intensified when they saw the 3 array flags. Each of the magical treasures in the Godly Mountain had many uses. Since Long Chun had obtained all the magical treasures in the 5th level, it meant that he had dozens of them in his hands. At this moment, the Redbud Vine had already been thrown to the back of their minds. Whoever could kill Long Chun and obtain these items would be in an invincible position. What is Long Chun doing? Even though this object can seal off a space for 10 days, so what? Could it be that he intends to become enemies with the God Wolf clan and the Spirit Green Vine clan? What exactly is this person thinking? If he wants to survive between the 2 great clans, then I'm afraid he can only choose one of them. Moreover, his choice will also determine the ownership of the treasures obtained from the primordial God Mountain in the northern region. I'm afraid that Long Chun is regretting not agreeing to the proposal of the people from the Pill Palace. He's really an idiot. Does he think that he can compete with the 2 great families just because he has so many ritual implements? The surrounding people looked at the light screen and sneered. Although Long Chun had isolated himself from the other big clans, he was still in danger. As long as he still had the method to enter the 6th level and the various celestial weapons that he had obtained from the 5th level, the 2 big ancient clans would definitely not let him go. The members of the Soul Greenvine clan stood outside the light patterns. A white-haired old man frowned slightly as he walked out, and then he said to Long Chun in a low voice, "Since you're aware that this formation flag can only last for 10 days, then why do you have to make such useless efforts?" Why don't you join my Soul Greenvine clan? My clan is willing to nurture you and the people behind you into a 5-star ancient clan, second only to my Spirit Vine clan. When the members of the Divine Wolf clan heard this, their expressions changed. If Long Chen agreed, there would be no more suspense in today's battle. What awaited the Divine Wolf clan was a sure defeat. However, they also knew that since Long Chen had killed many human kings of the Divine Wolf clan, the enmity between them was irreconcilable. Therefore, they had no intention of recruiting him. At this very moment, every member of the God Wolf clan was prepared to fight to the death. However, Long Chen's next words stunned the two great clans. I've already done my duty by leaving the Bauhinia Vine to the Soul Greenvine clan. I've also repaid the debt of gratitude for the second stage. Instead of relying on others, I'd rather establish a clan that belongs to me. I'll start from the North region and take over the Waste region, Long Chen said indifferently. Take over the Waste region? The surrounding people looked at each other and stared at Long Chen as if they were looking at an idiot. The North, South, East, West, and North regions were, in fact, the places where forces were nurtured in the Waste region. Every year, they had to hand over countless resources. However, Long Chen was now at death's door, yet he still wanted to take over the Waste region. The surrounding members of the ancient clans could not help but burst into laughter. Soon after, they could not stop laughing as if they had heard the funniest joke in the world. The white-haired old man from the Divine Wolf clan frowned and said while holding back his laughter, "Do you know what you're talking about? Daydreaming?" The 4 regions are controlled by the 4 great 1-star ancient clans. In the Waste region, there are countless 2-star and 3-star ancient clans. Among them, there are many human sovereigns and countless heaven-defying path disciples. Yet, you're now someone who's about to die. After 10 days, we'll know the result. Long Chen shook his head and said no more. With a wave of his hand, the ripples moved again. At the foot of the sacred mountain, the 1,000-meter area where Long Chen was seemed to have formed a huge black hole. The members of the various ancient clans looked at each other, shook their heads, and laughed. Many people even thought that Long Chen had lost his mind. This formation can only extend his life for 10 days. What did he do in 10 days? Become a human sovereign? Otherwise, how can he survive against hundreds of human kings? After 10 days, I'm afraid the Divine Wolf clan and the Soul Greenvine clan will start a war. Once Long Chen dies, the ritual implement in his hands will most likely be the key to victory for the 2 clans. I didn't expect such an anomaly to appear during the opening of the sacred mountain. Let's wait and see. We'll follow whichever clan can kill Long Chen and seize the ritual implement. Only then can we continue to establish ourselves in the North region. More and more members of the ancient clans gathered at the foot of the sacred mountain. From the foot of the mountain to tens of thousands of miles away, more and more ancient clans arrived. Long Chen hid within the formation. Not only did he not make the 2 ancient clans retreat, but the entire North region was in an uproar. Human kings constantly tore through the space and arrived. The Divine Wolf clan and the Soul Greenvine clan were like 2 volcanoes that could erupt at any time. No one was confident that they could truly destroy the other unless they obtained the ritual implement in Long Chen's hands. On the other side, it was still daytime inside the formation flag. It was completely different from the outside world. They could clearly see the outside world as if the formation didn't exist. Seeing more and more ancient clans appear at the foot of the sacred mountain, the people behind Long Chen felt their mouths go dry. Jian Shi-san looked at the human kings outside through the light ripples. He frowned and asked Long Chen, "Master, in 10 days, what can we do?" Long Chen stared at Jian Shi-san and the people behind him, whose faces were as pale as paper. He smiled faintly and said, "You don't have to be like this. I never speak empty words. In 10 days, starting from the North region, we will become a legend." Everyone could hear the ridicule in Long Chen's words, but no one laughed. There were less than 100 of them now. Among them, there were a few dozen who were in the Void Return realm. In 10 days, not to mention becoming a legend, they would be thankful to have a complete corpse. As if he could see their depression, Long Chun smiled bitterly and said, "We came from the 5 great sects to conquer the north region of the ancient desolate land. Have I ever lied to you?" Everyone shook their heads. Their cultivation was the best proof. Jian San had become a human king and was close to the Tao of Lilies. This was something they didn't even dare to think about in the past. "We came from the north region. We should be thankful to have reached the Void Return Realm. Our ancestors burned incense for us. Now that we have reached the Tao Integration Realm, what else do we have to fear? At most, we will die. If Senior Long Chun didn't exist, I might still be a disciple in the initial Void Return Realm. But now I have condensed my Tao body." Chapter 331. Wu Dao. 10 days later, they galloped through the northern region. Before anyone could speak, Long Chun waved his right hand and Tao transformation fruits appeared in his palm. 1,000 meters away, everyone suddenly smelled a strange fragrance. Jian San and the others couldn't help but move closer to the Long Chun. They saw that the fruit was blue and white in color. It was shaped like a date, but there was a ray of light circulating around it that lasted for a long time. Yi Hailong could not help but ask, "What fruit is this?" Long Chun smiled as he distributed the path understanding fruits in his hand to everyone. He said calmly, "This is called the path understanding fruit. It grows on the path understanding tree, and it will bear 1 fruit every 200 years. If all of you are lucky enough to comprehend the laws, you have an 80% chance of becoming a human king." He had an 80% chance of becoming a sovereign stage cultivator. As soon as Long Chen's words came out, the 100+ people couldn't help but tremble. Their eyes turned red as they gasped for breath. The 1 in 100 chance of becoming a sovereign personage in the Divine Mountain's 3rd stage made all the ancient clans in the northern region scramble for it. Even so, many sovereign personages were born in the northern region. And now, Long Chun actually had so many path understanding fruits in his hands. Every single one of them was enough to give him an 80% chance of stepping into the human king realm. This was simply heaven-defying. If news of this were to spread, the entire north region and even the various ancient clans outside would go crazy over it. Long Chun handed one Tao fruit after another to everyone. Even the return to void cultivators had one. In 10 days, Long Chun planned to let them use this Tao fruit to reach the human king realm. More than 100 people held onto the path understanding fruit tightly in their hands and couldn't help but swallow it. In an instant, everyone's body bloomed with divine light and patterns of different colors wrapped around them. Everyone closed their eyes tightly, as if they had fallen into some kind of mysterious realm. Only Long Chun, Jian San, and Yi Hailong did not meditate. Long Chun patted Jian San's shoulder and teased, "Since you've stepped into the human king realm, this path understanding fruit won't have much effect on you. Let me give you an experience." As Long Chun spoke, he placed his right hand between his eyebrows. With a gentle movement, a grayish-white flame jumped from his fingertip and floated to Jian San's forehead. Long Chun said in a deep voice, "This is the scene of a battle between me and a sword Tao expert. If you can comprehend it, it will be of great benefit to your future sword Tao." Jian San hurriedly sat down cross-legged, but just as he closed his eyes, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was filled with agony and shock, but the excitement in his eyes was like a burning flame. Yi Hailong raised her eyebrows and asked Long Chun, "Who did you give him the path understanding fruits, path understanding fruit, path understanding fruit?" Long Chun stared at Yi Hailong's beautiful face and laughed. He replied casually, "Would you believe me if I said it was a sword sage's path understanding fruit?" "Umph." Yi Hailong snorted softly. She felt that Long Chun was deliberately keeping her in suspense. However, she forgot that Long Chun had just said that he never lied. Seeing that he was the only one who was still standing and the others were meditating, Yi Hailong couldn't help but look at Long Chun. He said expressionlessly, "What about me?" Long Chun stared at Yi Hailong and slowly walked closer to him. He said, "You'll cultivate with me. 10 days later, we'll observe the ancient kings prostrate themselves outside this formation. As Long Chun spoke, he grabbed Yi Halen's right hand and walked toward the corner of the formation. Yi Halen's right hand was very cold, very soft, and very slippery. Yi Halen's expression was as cold as ice. She tried to break free from Long Chun's grip, but unfortunately, Long Chun had no intention of letting go. She said coldly, "Let go, I won't let go." Yi Halan gritted her teeth and snorted coldly. She didn't try to break free and follow behind Long Chun. The two of them sat down cross-legged, one in front and one behind. Spiritual light flashed on Long Chun's left hand and dense patterns appeared, covering a 10-meter radius around the two of them. Then Long Chun pulled Yi Halan and sat down cross-legged. Yi Halan looked at Long Chun's clear eyes. Although she was a little unhappy, she still followed him and sat down. The two of them were very close to each other. However, her hand was still in Long Chun's hand. Long Chun closed his eyes and said calmly, "You will cultivate with me for the next 10 days. As his voice fell, a huge throne that was half white bone and half black gold appeared out of thin air beneath the two of them. Yi Halan didn't have time to be surprised. The next moment, the scene in front of her changed drastically. What is this place?" Yi Halan cried out. Her right hand instinctively grabbed Long Chun's right hand tightly. In the boundless darkness, her voice seemed to have disappeared into thin air. She couldn't even see herself. "Don't worry, I'm by your side. This is the 9th stage of the sacred mountain. I call it the 1,000 extremes." Long Chun's voice was like a ripple that spread. In the dark space, Long Chun's image slowly appeared beside Yi Halan. Seeing Long Chun's appearance, Yi Halan calmed down. However, her right hand was still holding Long Chun's right hand tightly. Long Chun looked at the boundless darkness. It was like a giant beast that could be devoured at any time. He said in a low voice, "There is nothing here." The flow of time is much slower than the outside world. You have the 1,000 extremes body. This is the best place for you to comprehend the laws. Long Chun's voice suddenly became serious. He continued, "However, I want you to remember that this is the meaning of the 1,000 extremes body. If you awaken the 7 extremes body in the future, you'll be trapped here forever. In this life, I will never allow you to awaken the 7 extremes body. You just have to remember, I'm here for you." As Long Chun's voice fell, his figure gradually disappeared on the spot. Yi Halan stared blankly at the void beside her. She understood Long Chun's intention. She was not afraid because there was always a warmth in her right hand. She knew that although Long Chun had disappeared, he had always been by her side. In the void, Yi Halan's lips curled up slightly. She did not know why Long Chun had always treated her like this. She did not care at all. Even in this void and darkness, there was someone who was by her side. She began to walk, wandering about in the darkness, experiencing the loneliness of the 1,000 severing bodies' destiny. At the same time, Long Chun was also immersed in cultivation. Lines of formation patterns surrounded his body. They glowed with various colors. Every line seemed to contain a terrifying power. These formation patterns all came from within the divine mountain. This was another fortune that the Void Throne had given him. At this moment, Long Chun could enter the ancient sacred mountain in the northern region at will. This was because the Void Throne was the hub of the entire sacred mountain. In fact, if not for the fact that he was afraid of causing chaos in the ancient desolation land, Long Chun could even use the Void Throne to move the entire sacred mountain. However, there were many formations that he could not break. Otherwise, just the 2nd stage of the divine elixir body would be a great opportunity. The sacred mountain itself was a magic weapon that was filled with formations. Long Chun used the power of the formations to comprehend the laws. At the same time, he was multitasking. With a slight movement of his left hand, 2 huge cauldrons appeared in front of him. The black tortoise overflowing water cauldron and the vermilion bird fire cloud cauldron. Chapter 332. The array was broken. It was rumored that the 4 great divine cauldrons could refine immortal great elixirs. Now that Long Chun had 2 of them, he could refine divine great elixirs. Long Chun had already reached the level of an emperor-grade elixir master. With the help of these two great divine cauldrons, he naturally improved. Long Chun took out many emperor-grade elixirs obtained from the second level of the sacred mountain. He threw all the fire and water elixirs into the two cauldrons. There were countless arrays in the two cauldrons. Fire and water arrays could be used to refine elixirs. Below the cauldrons, the icy blue and the purple rainbow golden flame burned fiercely. Long Chun's left hand kept moving to control the arrays. He removed the impurities in the elixirs and turned them into elixirs with cracks. His right hand never moved. At this moment, although he was not in the sacred mountain, he was sitting on the void throne. His right hand was connected to Yi Hailon on the 9th level. Every time Yi Hailon turned around, he would wake her up. 10 days in the outside world was 10 years in the sacred mountain. Yi Hailon on the 9th level was experiencing unprecedented loneliness. However, she was different from Long Chun. Long Chun was always by her side. The reason why Long Chun had sent Yi Hailon to the 9th floor was not just to let her increase her cultivation as quickly as possible. It was also to let her experience the feeling of 1,000 cuts. Only then would she be able to step into the human king realm without entering the 7 cuts. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. The light on the sky suppression flag gradually dimmed. Cracks appeared out of nowhere. Outside the array, the people from the various clans looked solemn and murderous. Behind the Godwolf clan and the Soul Ivy clan stood many ancient clan human kings. Today, the two clans would decide who was the ruler of the northern region. The strength of the two clans was about the same. No matter which side obtained Long Chun's weapon, their battle strength would soar. Seeing that the array formation was about to dissipate, Long Chun slowly stood up. The moment the void throne disappeared, Yi Hailon appeared beside him once again. At this moment, Yi Hailon's aura was even colder. His temperament was cold and arrogant. Although he was standing in front of everyone, it was as if he was nothing. He only nodded slightly when he looked at Long Chun. Long Chun said, "Your comprehension of the laws of nothingness has already reached the level of a human king, but you still lack spiritual energy in the shackles of your body. Take these 2 pills, and you'll reach the human king level in an instant." These 2 pills were covered with cracks. Although they were only 9th grade monarch rank pills, they were already comparable to deity rank pills. Yi Hailon naturally did not hesitate to take the pills. He also did not thank Long Chun. He frowned and said, "Even if all 100 of us become human kings, we might not be a match for these people outside." Long Chun shook his head. He knew what Yi Hailon was thinking. Why didn't he send everyone here into the Divine Mountain to cultivate in 10 days? That way, 10 days was equivalent to almost 10 years. It was enough for them to reach the human king level or even go one step further. With my current array formation, I can't change the laws of the Divine Mountain on a large scale, even with the Void Throne. Moreover, the fewer people who know about this, the better. If the last few levels of the Divine Mountain appear, it will inevitably attract many covetous eyes. At this moment, we can't protect this mountain with our current strength. As Long Chun spoke, he looked at the 100 people behind him and said, "Moreover, they've all reached the human king level in 10 days. Haven't they? Having the cultivation of a human king is enough." The 100 people opened their eyes one after another. Waves of vast and mighty aura instantly spread out. Everyone's eyes shone with an almost tangible light. When 100 people stood up, they all looked at Long Chun with reverence and bowed in unison. Among them, there were close to 100 Tao Integration Realm cultivators, but only 2 of them had not reached the human king level. The remaining dozens of Void Return cultivators had all reached the late-stage Tao Integration Realm. Half of them had even skipped 2 levels to reach the human king level. This kind of advancement speed was unheard of in the entire North region. Long Chun's kindness was like giving them a new life. Looking at the almost fanatical reverence of the 100 people, Long Chun smiled slightly and said, "Although you've all reached the human king level today, the power of laws you've comprehended is the power contained in the Path Understanding fruit. It will greatly restrict your cultivation in the future. However, if your comprehension is good enough, you'll be able to fuse with the laws you've comprehended before reaching the human sovereign realm. It can also be another kind of opportunity. Hearing Long Chen's words, everyone smiled bitterly. Human sovereign. They had never thought of this term. Being able to reach the human king level already gave them the illusion that it was a dream. Today, we can reach the human king level. We're willing to shed our blood in the North region for Master. We've cultivated for dozens of years, but we've never seen such a mysterious world. What regrets do we have now that we've reached the human king level? You've cleared our doubts. It's only right for us to be your master. Please accept our respect. The 100 or so human kings knelt on one knee and bowed to Long Chen. Every martial artist traveled the world, left the empire, stepped into the sect, and entered the North region for the sake of dispelling all illusions and stepping into the human king level to comprehend the laws. At this moment, they had reached a realm that they would never be able to reach in their entire lives. Although Long Chen was young in their eyes, he was qualified to be their master. Long Chen looked at the 100 or so people prostrating on the ground. For some reason, a surge of hot blood rushed to his heart. This kind of feeling had never appeared even when he was establishing the eternal divine nation in the 10 Directions celestial domain. Since this was fate, then he would start this legend in the North region. Since you've all acknowledged me as your master, how can I accept this respect for nothing? Long Chen's right hand moved from between his eyebrows. Strands of divine consciousness were pulled out and entered the minds of the 100 or so human kings at once. The 100 or so people prostrated on the ground. They felt their minds rumble incessantly. Instantly, they fell into a daze again. Yi Hailon stared at Long Chen in a daze. He felt that Long Chen was filled with countless mysteries. Using divine consciousness as an inheritance and directly imprinting it on the souls of others was something that even human emperors could not do. However, Long Chen used it on 100 people at once. Just how powerful was his spirit? Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the sky suppression flag had already turned into dust and shattered into thousands of metal fragments. Countless kings of the ancient race gathered from all directions. The Godwolf clan and the Soul Green Vine clan sneered when they saw Long Chen and the others appear. However, when they saw the 100 or so people behind Long Chen and Yi Hailon, their expressions changed drastically. Everyone's heart was beating rapidly. They cried out involuntarily, "How? How is this possible? How did they all become human kings? What did you obtain on the 6th level? You actually allowed so many mythic saints to step into the human king realm within 10 days. It must be some kind of ancient spiritual object that contains the laws of heaven and earth. Otherwise, it would not have achieved such a terrifying effect. The 6th level of the North region must contain unimaginable opportunities. More than 100 human kings? Today, only death awaits. Hand over the method to enter the 6th level. Chapter 333. The great battle begins within 10 days. Close to 100 people stepped into the human king stage, including many people from the Godwolf clan and the Soul Green Vine clan. They all believed that Long Chen had obtained an opportunity from the 6th level. On the left, a human king from the Godwolf clan had a monstrous aura and was ready to attack. On the right, the Soul Green Vine clan was filled with murderous intent. Everyone stared at Long Chen and the others as if they were staring at a delicious cake. Buzz. The crowd slowly approached. Long Chen and Yi Hailon stood side by side with a faint smile on their faces. The 100 over human king stage experts behind him slowly stood up from their kneeling position. They moved and blocked Long Chen behind them like an iron wall. At the same time, Jian Shisan finally woke up from his meditation. He was still holding the broken sword in his hand and was still wearing a linen robe. In Jian Shisan's eyes, it was as if the human king stage experts of the various clans were nothing in his eyes. He slowly walked to Long Chen's side and bowed. Master, disciple didn't just comprehend the first sword move of the battle between you and that person. Long Chen nodded slightly and said, "One sword move is enough. The battle between him and the Sword Saint was the peak of his sword Dao. It was already very rare for Jian Shisan to be able to comprehend half a move at his current level. When the middle-aged human king from the Godwolf clan who had entered the Divine Mountain with Hun Qianfan saw this scene, he couldn't help but sneer. What a joke! A Dao integration stage, Brat can actually command so many human kings. Are they all a bunch of idiots? I think you should kneel 3 times and kowtow 9 times to the Soul Green Vine clan. That way, you might have a chance to live. As soon as this person finished speaking, the crowd burst into laughter. They also felt that the scene before them was very funny. The 100 over human kings were actually so respectful to a Dao integration stage Brat. It was really hilarious. Jian Shisan and the 100-odd human kings in front of him all revealed a stern expression. Jian Shisan's figure suddenly disappeared from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was already standing in front of everyone. He said coldly, "Take my sword." As soon as Jian Shisan finished speaking, rays of light shot out from Jian Shisan's broken sword and shot toward the middle-aged man from the Soul Green Vine clan in the blink of an eye. The middle-aged man shouted coldly and raised his sword to meet the attack. His cultivation was clearly at the late stage of the human king realm. "I think your swordsmanship is just SOSO. The middle-aged man carried the power of rules and instantly clashed with Jian Shisan, but his voice stopped abruptly. The sword in his hand broke from the middle, and a trace of blood extended from the top of his head to his chest. Pucci, a middle-aged human king from the Soul Green Vine clan, was killed by Jian Shisan with a single sword strike. The mocking laughter of the various ancient races suddenly quietened down as they looked at the scene before them in shock. Meanwhile, Jian Shisan walked respectfully to Long Chen's side. He bowed and said, "Disciple's sword has the form, but it is far from 1/100th of master's." Long Chen shook his head slightly and said, "Your way of the sword is different from mine. When you only have one sword in your heart, and your mind is like a sword, and you are as immovable as a mountain, then your sword will be able to take another step forward." Jian Shisan nodded repeatedly as realization dawned on him. He was infuriated by this person's insulting words to Long Chen just now. Although his sword was strong, his mind was disrupted. The people of the various ancient races looked at each other with wide eyes. Jian Shisan had obviously reached the human king realm, and his sword strike was even more shocking. However, he was so respectful to Long Chen. Could it be that such a genius of the way of the sword was taught by Long Chen? Jian Shisan's way of the sword was getting purer and purer. Long Chen was quite gratified. The surrounding ancient races were also stunned by Jian Shisan's sword strike. The faces of the human kings of the Soul Green Vine clan's upper echelon were ashen. It had only been a short while, and a human king expert from the clan had already died. The white-haired elder leading the group said coldly, "Get ready to attack. Kill Long Chen at all costs and seize." Just as the Godwolf clan and the Soul Green Vine clan were relaying their orders, Long Chen gradually walked out from the crowd. He had a smile on his face, as if he was not afraid of being surrounded by so many ancient races today. His smile was so cold that it made the human king experts of the various ancient races feel a chill in their hearts. Streaks of spiritual light appeared in his hands. There was a fan, a piece of jade, or a bamboo flute. Almost half of the 100 people had a spiritual item in their hands. Long Chen had also changed the weapons in their hands. Every one of them was a weapon above the 7th grade of the Monarch grade. How can he have so many Monarch grade weapons in his hands? Could it be that the 6th stage is similar to the Weapon Mountain? Those people are holding artifacts in their hands. Oh my God, there are more than 60 artifacts. Is this person crazy? Is he going to use these 100 people to fight against the various ancient races of the North region? Using 100 human kings to fight against the 2 strongest clans of the North region and thousands of human kings. This is really crazy. Screams could be heard all around. Many 7-star Dao and 9-star Dao clans retreated from the battlefield quietly. Long Chen's crazy actions had frightened them. Even so, the human king experts of the Soul Green Vine clan, the Godwolf clan, and their subordinate clans were no less than thousands. The Godwolf clan and the Soul Green Vine clan's words were stuck in their mouths. They originally thought that after 10 days, Long Chun would be able to kill Long Chun easily. Now, it seemed that things were not as simple as they thought. The white-haired elder of the Soul Green Vine clan said coldly to the man leading the Godwolf clan from afar, "Our clans have been fighting for many years, but we are still in the North region. Let's get rid of these 100 people first. It won't be too late for our clans to fight again." The Godwolf clan snorted. They did not say anything, but they had already agreed. However, their targets were the artifacts and Emperor-grade weapons in the hands of the 100 human kings in front of Long Chun. However, when they looked at Long Chun and were about to attack, they saw that Long Chun had already waved his hand and ordered coldly, "Kill the human kings of the Godwolf clan and the Soul Green Vine clan. From today onwards, I want all clans below the North region Divine Mountain to bow down." "Yes, master. Yes, master." Mighty voices spread. The 100 human kings in front of Long Chun instantly turned into phantoms and disappeared on the spot. Their speed was so fast that it was shocking. Sizzle, sizzle. Blood spurted into the sky. Dazzling divine light covered the sky. The power of laws was vast and boundless. The 100 human kings actually split into two and took the lead to attack. They charged between the human kings of the Godwolf clan and the Soul Green Vine clan. Yihailon looked at this scene in a daze. He also looked at Long Chun beside him and said, "What you taught them that day was this movement technique and the battle formation technique." Looking over, the two groups of human kings charged into the clans. Divine light intertwined and turned into the shape of a huge beast. The might of the artifacts soared into the sky. Long Chun nodded slightly. Scales slowly covered his body. A green color covered his entire body. It was the third avatar of the heavenly dragon bloodline, overflowing rain azure dragon. Chapter 334. Its name was Tsong. All the clans of the North region gathered. Under the dark clouds, the human kings of the ancient clans led by the Godwolf clan and the Soul Ivy clan swarmed toward Long Chun's group. There were close to 100 human kings from the two ancient clans. There were many 7-star ancient clans and a few 6-star ancient clans. On the contrary, there were fewer 8-star and 9-star ancient clans. Even so, there were thousands of human kings on both sides. Many 8-star and 9-star ancient clans were treated far away, afraid of being implicated. There were only a few human kings in their clans, so they were unwilling to participate in such a battle. However, everyone was planning their fate after this battle. Would the Godwolf clan win, or would the Soul Ivy clan continue to rule the North region? As for Long Chun, who was supported by more than 100 human kings, they did not consider him at all. The power of laws filled the sky. The two ancient clans' human kings charged toward the dozens of human kings with artifacts in their hands at almost the same time. Everyone's eyes were burning with passion. Blood splattered as the bodies of the human kings collapsed. The 100-plus human kings behind Long Chun split into two groups and charged toward the Godwolf clan and the Soul Ivy clan at the same time. Then, the spiritual light and the power of laws around them merged into one. Not only that, but what made the two clans' expressions change even more was their speed. They were all human kings, but they had artifacts in their hands and a battle formation. Their speed had reached an appalling level. One could not travel in the air below the sacred mountain. The various clans had their hands and feet tied when faced with such speed. In just a few dozen breaths, nearly 30 human kings' bodies collapsed, leaving only their souls behind. However, before their souls could escape, they saw a young man covered in green scales with cold eyes charge into the crowd like a phantom. He did not unsheathe the sword in his hand, but when he waved it, nearly 30 human kings' souls flew toward his sword as if they were pulled by invisible threads. No. How can this be? This person wants to kill our souls. Save me. Pooh. No. My clan is willing to withdraw from this battle. Don't destroy my soul. Save me once my soul dies. Pooh. In the blink of an eye, Under Long Chen's sword, the souls of 30 human kings were instantly crushed. Streams of bloodline power were devoured by him, as well as the power of laws. Every time a divine soul disappeared, the bloodline power in his body would increase by a portion, and the power of law above the dragon soul in his dantian would also be perfected by a portion. Today, I, Long Chun, will establish a clan in the northern region. Its name is Tsang. Anyone who participates in the battle today will be an enemy of the Tsangji clan. Those who die will have their souls destroyed. Those who participate in the battle will be friends of the Tsangji clan. Let's go together and build the northern region. Long Chen's voice swept out like a gust of cold wind. Although his voice wasn't loud, it was like rolling thunder, causing everyone's divine sense to tremble and rumble unceasingly. Those with weaker divine souls turned deathly pale and felt a mouthful of blood stuck in their throats. All the human kings felt a chill run down their spines, and they broke out in cold sweat. Long Chun had a way to destroy divine souls. Many ancient clans chose to side with the Godwolf clan and the Soul Green Vine clan in advance. 60% of the reason was because even if the physical body of a human king expert was destroyed, it was extremely difficult to kill the divine soul. But now, the situation was different. Many of the weaker ancient clans' human kings gradually retreated with fear on their faces. The white-haired elder from the Soul Green Vine clan frowned and stepped forward. He looked at Long Chun and said coldly, "How much did you obtain in the 6th stage? These people's movement techniques are definitely not at the divine level. In this battle formation combination attack technique, looks like such a huge problem has arisen during the conflict between our clans. Although the movement techniques they use are all the same, they're all saint techniques without a doubt. Moreover, the grade of the battle formation is also ridiculously high." The Godwolf clan's member also spoke slowly. His voice was incomparably gloomy. Long Chun stood in place. The dozens of human kings on the left behind him were like giant flaming beasts, while the dozens of human kings on the right were like giant ice beasts that kept on dying. In fact, this battle formation technique was only at the demigod level. However, these 100 over-human kings were indeed cultivating the same divine level movement technique. With more than 100 people using the same divine level movement technique to control the battle formation, one could imagine their speed. When the surrounding ancient clans heard the words of the Godwolf clan and the Soul Green Vine clan, they were so shocked that they couldn't close their mouths. They stared in horror at the 100 over people behind Long Chun. Divine level movement technique. There were probably less than 3 types of martial techniques of this level in the entire northern region. The number of people who could cultivate it was even fewer. The number of people who could achieve great success could be counted with one's fingers. At this moment, there were more than 100 people in front of them who cultivated the same divine level movement technique. The leaders of the Soul Green Vine clan and the Godwolf clan looked at the battle formation formed by Long Chun and the dozens of people on both sides. However, you're still too inexperienced if you want to move unhindered in the northern region with just this. It's better if you hand over all the artifacts to my Godwolf clan. As the middle-aged leader of the Godwolf clan finished speaking, the human kings behind him transformed into their bloodline true forms. There were close to 1,000 human kings in the Godwolf clan. In an instant, all of them transformed into their bloodline true forms. Their mighty momentum caused the surrounding people to subconsciously retreat by 1,000 meters. Many ancient clans watched from afar. The blood wolves' true forms that were the size of small hills and the blood shadows behind them emitted a frightening pressure. Close to 1,000 human kings of the Godwolf clan actually formed a formation in an instant. The blood shadows behind them intertwined like a huge blood net that covered the sky and the sun. It also looked like a rising sea of blood net killing formation. The huge blood net was like a sea of blood. It caused the sun and moon to lose their light. The sky turned blood red. Under the dark clouds, it looked like a curtain of blood in the dark night. More than a dozen human kings didn't have time to escape before they were cut into countless blood clots by the huge net. Only their divine souls were left as they fled in panic. When a middle-aged man from the Soul Ivy clan saw this scene, he walked to the white-haired elder and said in a deep voice, "Grand Elder, the God-Wolf clan has even activated the bloodline sky covering formation. It seems like they want to take down Long Chun in one fell swoop and snatch all the artifacts. Should we intervene?" Otherwise, however, before this person finished speaking, the white-haired elder called Grand Elder waved his hand casually and said, "It doesn't matter. It won't be too late to make a move after he defeats Long Chun and the others. Today, the God-Wolf clan will be completely annihilated, and my Soul Ivy clan will be the biggest winner." The elder's words seemed to be filled with confidence. His wrinkled eye sockets emitted a sharp light. On the other side, the ancient clans in the surroundings were aghast. The blood net was filled with loss. It covered the sky and covered the earth. Even human kings would be torn apart instantly. Under the sacred mountain, there was no way to escape. The God-Wolf clan could compete with the Soul Ivy clan. There was no need to doubt their strength, seeing such a terrifying bloodline true forms battle formation. Long Chun frowned slightly. The two battle formations behind him were about to move, but were stopped by him. He said indifferently, "I will break this formation." Chapter 335. God-Wolf. First, the surrounding people were all stunned. Even Yi Hailon couldn't help but frown with a hint of worry. The void laws around her were like pitch-black silk threads, which added a hint of evil charm to her cold and arrogant temperament. On the other side, the middle-aged leader of the God-Wolf clan was also startled by Long Chen's action. Soon after, he became furious and said coldly, "It said that your battle strength is comparable to the heaven-defying Tao children of the wilderness. Today, I'd like to see how strong you are as a Tao integration stage cultivator." Many human kings from the Soul Ivy clan couldn't help but sneer at this scene. From what I can see, Long Chen's cultivation isn't even comparable to the swordsman called Jian San behind him. What's the difference between him facing this blood web and committing suicide? This thought filled everyone's mind. Long Chun was only a Tao integration stage cultivator, but at this moment, he was facing a battle formation formed by nearly 1,000 human kings from the God-Wolf clan. Yet, he actually charged out alone. Wasn't he courting death? Everyone shook their heads and looked at Long Chun mockingly as he charged toward the God-Wolf clan. A streak of green light instantly disappeared into the blood web like a clay ox entering the sea. Crackle! The blood web instantly wrapped Long Chen's entire body like a sticky swamp, layer after layer. The power of countless laws surged like lightning snakes, causing the space to distort. The middle-aged leader of the God-Wolf clan couldn't help but laugh when he saw this scene. He immediately ordered, "Kill those 100 people immediately and take their magic weapons." There was a hint of urgency in his voice. He glanced warily at the white-haired Grand Elder of the Soul Ivy clan. Jian San's face suddenly darkened. He and Yi Hailon looked at each other and rushed out. At the same time, more than 100 human kings from the Ice-Fire Giant Beast battle formation followed suit. Their eyes were blood-red, and they were ready to die. In fact, despite Long Chen's promise, they never thought they could leave alive in this place filled with human kings from various ancient clans. But today, they were part of the Grey Clan. Since Long Chun had stepped into the human king realm, they no longer thought of dragging out an ignoble existence. Good timing. Exterminate this motley crew for me. The God-Wolf clan's members roared. However, when Jian San and the others approached, the people around them discovered something strange. The blood web hadn't returned to its original state and was being restrained. Bang! A monstrous chi wave surging from the blood web and surging into the 9 heavens. Many nearby human kings couldn't help but spit a mouthful of blood. The God-Wolf clan's battle formation was actually broken Long Chen's had. Among the 1,000 of the God-Wolf clan was Chen's sword Long Chen's. Of Long Chen's of the God of God. Buffed. The sword shook, and the long chins of God turned into smoke. Seeing this, the God-Wolf clan, the Soul Ivy clan, and the countless surrounding ancient clans were completely stunned. Was this young man really at the Tao integration stage? He had actually charged into the blood web and killed more than 10 people in an instant. Furthermore, he had broken the God-Wolf clan's battle formation. Exclamations and doubtful discussions instantly became noisy. The faces of the God-Wolf clan's sovereign stage experts turned ashen. One of them said, "Great Elder, this person seems to be aware of our battle formation's blind spots and weaknesses. Not only that, but his speed is also too fast. Also, the scale armor on his body seems to be of a higher bloodline than ours." Unfortunately, Long Chun didn't give them a chance to continue speaking. He was completely unmoved by the discussions around him. Jian San and Yi Hailon each led a group of people and charged into the God-Wolf clan's human kings. Blood rained down once again. Wherever Jian San and Yi Hailon pointed their swords, the God-Wolf clan's clansmen fell one after another. Magic tools rose in the wind one after another. A single mountain could suppress several human kings with a single movement. A pair of silver needles could bring about a rain of blood. Among them, there were many defensive magic tools. Even if human kings worked together, they couldn't do anything to them. These dozens of magic tools had become the God-Wolf clan's talismans. Divine light covered the sky below the divine mountain. The great elder of the Divine Wolf clan immediately roared when he saw this scene. He charged out with the 3 people behind him and said, "Sovereign personages of the various clans, go and block those 2 groups. They are only relying on their artifacts and movement techniques. They are not invincible. Let me kill this Long Chun, and these magic tools will all be ours." His voice was already filled with madness. Unfortunately, when he charged out, only 3 human kings followed him. The human kings from the vassal clans slowly retreated, then turned around and fled. "Kill this man for me first." The great elder of the God-Wolf clan roared and charged at Long Chun with 3 people. The 3 of them were late-stage human kings. Their cultivations had already reached the 7th stage of the human king realm. The 3 of them rushed out. Before their figures arrived, saber rays spanning hundreds of meters whistled over, boom. Long Chun waved his sword to block. The power of laws that filled the sky collapsed. The sword rays and saber rays exploded like thunder and swept out in all directions. One of the saber rays slashed at the battle formation behind Yi Hailon. The bodies of several human kings were instantly shattered, leaving only their souls behind. Long Chun suddenly frowned. The combat strength of these 3 people was extremely strong. Regardless of whether it was their martial techniques, realms, or even comprehension of the power of laws, they were far superior to middle-stage human kings. Such combat strength was enough to break through the battle formation formed by more than 100 human kings. The 3 of them seemed to have realized that compared to nearly 1,000 human kings from the God-Wolf clan fighting against nearly 100 human kings who were armed with Emperor-grade weapons and possessed Saint-grade movement techniques and magic tools, their strength, which was far superior to middle-stage human kings, seemed to be more effective. The 3 of them looked at each other. 2 of them were about to rush to the battlefield. However, the 2 of them were stopped by a sword screen less than 100 meters away. "Your opponent is me." Long Chun stared at the 3 of them and said indifferently. The 3 of them stopped in their tracks. The leader even said coldly, "Kill this man first." The sword in his hand doesn't seem to be an ordinary item. Moreover, there are many strange things about him. It's better to get rid of him first. Let's end this quickly. Those 2 groups are armed with magic tools. If this continues, our clan will suffer too many casualties. Moreover, the Soul Ivy clan is still eyeing us covetously. As the 3 of them spoke, they had already formed a triangle, trapping Long Chun in the middle. End this quickly? That's true. After all, there is still a clan waiting. They seem to be more patient than you. Long Chun glanced at the white-haired old man who was the leader of the Soul Ivy clan and said indifferently, As his voice fell, his right hand instantly clenched in front of him. The souls of the human kings from the God-Wolf clan who had just died flew towards him. More than a dozen souls screamed in fear. Unfortunately, they were unable to break free. Long Chen's left hand moved in the air, and the power of laws dispersed. He shouted in a low voice, "Soul, slaying arrow." Following Long Chen's explosive roar, more than a dozen godly souls were forcefully wrapped by the fire laws. The godly souls were immediately thrown out with a loud bang. Chapter 336. Inexplicable confidence. Long Chen's attack was actually based on the divine soul of a member of the God-Wolf clan. This person was unable to restrain his anger, but he also felt that it was extremely strange, so he did not dare to be negligent in the slightest. As he swung his saber, a series of icy light screens appeared out of thin air. Countless rule force actually condensed into a solid ice wall in an attempt to block Long Chen's attack. At the same time, the other two rushed towards Long Chen, one in front and one behind Long Chen. The two of them actually wanted to kill Long Chen at close range with their cultivation at the late Human King realm. When three late-stage sovereign personages surrounded Long Chen, two of them attacked him with one strike. This showed how dangerous the situation was. Countless people were watching from afar. Their hearts were in their throats. They wanted to see how Long Chen would react. However, a scene that left everyone flabbergasted appeared. The layers of ice law in front of the late-stage human king that Long Chen had attacked were actually torn apart. The arrow condensed from the soul of his clan leader pierced through his chest. Soon after, the raging fire on the arrow burned his body to ashes in an instant. His spirit appeared, and his eyes were filled with horror. He cried out, "How could this be? This arrow seems real and illusory. It actually directly entered my blood vessels. How did you do it?" This person's voice was filled with humiliation. He was a late-stage sovereign personage, but he could not even withstand one move from Long Chen. His sovereign personage had been forcefully shattered, and only his spiritual soul remained. Fortunately, the other two had already closed in on him at this moment, and only then did he heave a long sigh of relief. Otherwise, he would have been completely unable to resist Long Chen's ability to casually capture souls. When the various ancient clans saw the two late-stage human kings arrive within 10 zhang of Long Chen in the blink of an eye, they shook their heads. Once a late-stage human king fought head-on in close combat, the difference in their levels would become apparent. With Long Chen's Wei integration cultivation, you would not be able to fight the two of them head-on, even if he condensed his Tao body. However, many of the ancient race members who had returned from the sacred mountain had strange expressions on their faces when they saw this scene. Some of them even subconsciously said, "These two are going to suffer." When the two divine wolf race's late-stage sovereign personages saw that they were about to approach, joy appeared on their faces. As long as he got close, Long Chen wouldn't be able to use any of his tricks. "Puchi, Daodu, Daodu." However, just as the two of them were about to attack, Long Chen's lips curled into a mocking smile. From the totem on his right arm, the deviant fire beast suddenly rushed out, and at the same time, four different types of deviant fire soared into the sky. The two men's complexions changed drastically. They felt an aura of death rushing towards them. Their right arms, which were holding swords, were instantly turned into ashes by the strange fire. One of them was instantly pierced through the chest by the beam of light transformed from the mystical flame beast. Long Chen's scabbard arrived with a loud rumble. Fiery precepts descended like a tsunami, engulfing one of them right away. Only the middle-aged man, who was called the Grand Elder of the God-Wolf clan, spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated rapidly. However, his right hand that held the saber and half of his body had been burned to ashes. His flesh and blood began to regenerate. However, his face was filled with lingering fear. With one attack, two of the three late-stage sovereign personages had died. This youth in front of him seemed to have endless trump cards in his hands, whether it was the sword that had never been unsheathed, the four types of deviant fire, or the strange attack just now. They were all too terrifying. On the other side, the Divine Wolf Clan's 1,000-strong sovereign personages were scared out of their wits when they saw this scene. If the 3 late-stage sovereign personages' elders were defeated, there would be no more suspense in this battle. The Grand Elder of the God Wolf Clan's expression changed drastically when he saw Long Chun walking over step by step. He actually turned around and shouted to the Soul Ivy Clan, "Are you still not going to make a move? If my God Wolf Clan dies, your Soul Ivy Clan might not be able to take this person down. This person's battle prowess is monstrous. As long as we take him down, my God Wolf Clan will no longer compete with your Soul Ivy Clan for the ruling position." The Grand Elder seemed to be really scared. He had already deeply realized that his strength was simply insufficient to fight against Long Chun. He was a freak that could easily kill a late-stage sovereign personage despite only being at the Tao integration stage. As soon as he said this, many higher-ups of the Soul Ivy Clan looked at the leading elder on the white-haired platform. Everyone's gaze toward Long Chun changed slightly. If this continued, it might really be hard to say who would win today. However, the white-haired elder on the platform shook his head slightly. He stared at the God Wolf Clan's Grand Elder and said indifferently, "You don't have to worry about the life and death of my clan." As the Soul Ivy Clan's Grand Elder on the platform spoke, his deep-set eyes took a deep look at Long Chun. The God Wolf Clan's Grand Elder's face turned ashen when he heard this. He watched as Long Chun charged toward him with the power of deviant fire. He instantly felt a chill run down his spine. He actually retreated rapidly toward the periphery of the Divine Mountain. He fled. The God Wolf Clan's Grand Elder, a late-stage sovereign personage, actually turned around and fled after just one exchange. The expressions on the faces of the various ancient clans were as colorful as it could be. Many people's mouths were so wide open that an egg could be placed inside. They had never imagined that the God Wolf Clan's Grand Elder would actually abandon nearly 1,000 human monarch disciples behind him and flee just like that. As soon as this Grand Elder fled, nearly 1,000 human monarchs from the God Wolf Clan and the various vassal clans no longer had the will to fight. All of them retreated rapidly. However, one couldn't fly in the air here. As many people retreated, their speed couldn't be compared to the people inside the battle formation who possessed Sage Tier movement techniques. One after another, attacks from Dharma treasures fell. One after another, human monarchs perished. The God Wolf Clan's Grand Elder's escape instantly caused the entire God Wolf Clan to be completely defeated. In the end, less than 300 people from the God Wolf Clan escaped. Nearly 2,000 human monarchs from their vassal clans died. Long Chun was like the Grim Reaper. With a wave of his hand, he could take the lives of early-stage human monarchs. Even their divine souls couldn't escape. More than 2,000 human monarchs were killed. The dragon's soul breath in Long Chun's body reached an unprecedented speed. Streams of nomological power were devoured by him. The 3,000 scales on the dragon's soul began to flicker. Not only that, although Long Chun had just awakened the overflowing Rain Azure Dragon technique, his bloodline had already transformed by 80% to the 5 elements Azure Dragon. The bones and blood in his body gradually turned into 5 different colors. It was incomparably magnificent. Even his clothes faintly emitted 5-colored radiance. When the various ancient clans' human monarchs saw Long Chun turn thousands of human monarchs' divine souls into powder with a wave of his hand, their eyes were filled with fear. Many people were covered in cold sweat. They were trembling with fear. Only the Spirit Ivy Clan's Grand Elder slowly stood up. He stared at Long Chun and said indifferently, "My clan would like to thank you for today. After you caused such a commotion, the God Wolf Clan's strength is less than 30%. My Spirit Ivy Clan can be exterminated with a wave of your hand." Chapter 337. 3-star ancient clan Long Chun had been in seclusion with everyone for 10 days. The old man and the 3 late-stage human king middle-aged men from the God Wolf Clan had just arrived. However, this person was completely different from the other 3. He seemed to be full of confidence. The people behind you have the advantage of movement techniques and Dharma artifacts. In addition to your monstrous combat power, you killed nearly 1,000 human kings from the God Wolf clan and about 2,000 from the other clans. You only lost a dozen human kings. I have to say that the 100 or so of you are extremely terrifying. However, if you want to go against the Soul Ivy clan, you will still be annihilated. The old man stared at Long Chun and Jianshi San and the others behind him as he spoke faintly. The surrounding clans already had a whole new level of respect for Long Chun and the others. Just as the Grand Elder had said, whether it was Long Chun or the 100 or so people with Dharma artifacts behind him, their combat power was truly terrifying. The Godwolf clan had lost at least 70% of their combat power today. From today onward, the Godwolf clan, which had originally been able to contend with the Soul Ivy clan, would fall from a 5-star ancient clan to a 7-star ancient clan. However, everyone was very confused at this moment. Although the Soul Ivy clan was the ruling clan of the North region, its strength was not much different from the Godwolf clan. Now that the Godwolf clan had suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of Long Chun, where did the Grand Elder of the Soul Ivy clan's confidence come from? Long Chun stared at the white-haired old man and said faintly, "Let me see where your confidence comes from." After Long Chun finished speaking, he turned into a stream of light and charged toward the Soul Ivy clan. Behind him, Jianshi San and Yi Hailon followed closely behind the two battle formations. When the Soul Ivy clan saw this scene, they could not help but tremble. There was a trace of fear in the eyes of many human kings. The battle between Long Chun and the Godwolf clan was still vivid in everyone's mind. Seeing that Long Chun was about to charge over, the white-haired old man shook his head and chuckled. He had no intention of releasing his cultivation base. Instead, he slowly raised his right hand, which was as thin as skin and bones. The gold-threaded brocade cloth in his hand was unraveled, revealing a red jade token that was still flickering with blood-red radiance under the dark clouds. Dark clouds covered the sky, and thunder rumbled incessantly. This red jade was like a blood-red star, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Long Chin's brows suddenly furrowed. His footsteps gradually slowed down, and the people behind him also stopped attacking. Everyone's eyes were filled with doubt. What was this blood jade? What is the Soul Ivy clan trying to do? Seeing everyone's puzzled expression, the white-haired elder's face turned slightly red. He cleared his throat and coughed twice before saying, "This is the blood jade token. It's the token of the ancient 3-star clan, the Xie clan. 5 days ago, 3 Taoists from the Xie clan arrived at our clan." Hiss! The voice of the Soul Ivy clan supreme elder was filled with arrogance, as if this was a great honor. At the same time, everyone gasped when they heard the words 3-star ancient clan and Taoist. 3-star ancient clan of the wasteland. There was only one condition for one to become a 3-star ancient clan in the wasteland. 3 Taoists at the human sovereign realm. No wonder the Soul Ivy clan was so confident. With the 3-star Taoists here, what was there to be afraid of? However, just as everyone was shocked that there were 3 Taoists from the 3-star ancient clan in the Soul Ivy clan, Long Chen's voice sounded nonchalantly. "Is this the source of your confidence? It's just 3 Taoists." When Long Chen said this, even the human kings behind him could not help but twitch their eyes. The surrounding ancient clans were all dumbfounded at this moment. The Soul Ivy clan supreme elder was also stunned. He subconsciously said, "Did you hear it clearly? They are Taoists from the 3-star ancient clan, and each of them has the cultivation of a human king." The Grand Supreme Elder emphasized the words Daozi and 3-star ancient race as he spoke. It was a pity that the reply was still a plain voice. "Oh, so what?" Long Chun said nonchalantly. The white-haired old man, who had been calm and confident all this time, was finally angered by Long Chen's plain tone. The old man snorted coldly and shouted, "Hand over all your Dharma weapons and the method to enter the 6th level of the sacred mountain. Return to the Soul Ivy clan and plant a slave seal. Otherwise..." Before the old man could finish speaking, he was interrupted by loud laughter. Long Chun stepped forward and said in a low voice, "I have no enmity with your clan. If the Soul Ivy clan retreats today, we will mind our own business." Long Chun paused, and his tone suddenly changed. "However, you insist on treating me as your enemy. It's fine if the 3 Taoists don't attack. Otherwise, I don't mind killing 3 more people." "Don't mind killing 3 more people." Long Chen's voice spread like rolling thunder. Countless ancient clans around him had interesting expressions on their faces. It was as if the 3 3-star Taoists were pigs and dogs that were not worth mentioning. The white-haired old man looked at the blood jade token in his hand and then looked at Long Chun. He was so angry that he trembled slightly. Originally, he thought that as long as he took out the token, Long Chun would naturally surrender with the deterrence of the 3-star ancient clans. However, now it seemed that Long Chun was just an arrogant and ignorant person. "Good, very good. I'd like to see how an ignorant child like you will defeat the 3-star Taoists." The white-haired old man shouted coldly. The blood jade in his right hand was suddenly crushed into powder. Buzz! An invisible force slowly dispersed from the blood jade and escaped into the void. The surroundings were silent for a while. Everyone's gaze fell on the Soul Ivy clan. After a few breaths, a line suddenly appeared in the space above a mountain peak outside the sacred mountain. A human king powerhouse tore through the space and arrived. After this person stepped out of the space, his clothes were in a mess. He was hugging a woman with a revealing veil in his arms. The young man's face was slightly yellow, and his body was thin. He looked like he had indulged in too much debauchery. However, his blood-red hair was extremely dazzling. The man saw the Soul Ivy clan and the others from afar. Then he hugged the woman in his arms and entered the sacred mountain in just 100 breaths. "Why did you crush the blood jade token?" The man's voice was very impatient. As he spoke, his right hand was still moving around the woman's body. He turned a blind eye to the gazes from all directions. However, many people also noticed that the woman's eyes were full of dullness. She seemed to have lost her mind. The Soul Ivy clan's grand elder heard and immediately bowed. He replied respectfully, "Our clan rules the North region. Every year, we hand over countless resources to the Waste region. The 3 Taoists must have come this time to bring the resources back to the Waste region." "That's right. The Blood Jade Ancient Clan has already belonged to the Gong Clan, a 1-star ancient clan. In the future, the North region's resources will be transported through our clan," the man said in a deep voice. The Blood Jade Clan was one of the hubs of the Waste region's 4 strongest 1-star ancient clans that controlled the God State resources of the 4 major regions. When the elder on the stage heard this, his wrinkled eyes flashed with a sinister cold light. He looked deeply at Long Chun. Chapter 338. Chuzhan, the red-haired Taoist, frowned slightly when he heard the words of the Soul Green Vine's Grand Supreme Elder. Then the man turned to Long Chun and said impatiently, "If you want to live, kneel on the ground and hand over everything. My patience is limited." The man didn't seem to put Long Chun in his eyes at all. He only cared about the woman in his arms. When Long Chun saw this scene, a wisp of a cold smile flashed past the corners of his mouth, and he said in a cold voice, "It's just a beast whose eyes are filled with lust." Long Chun's voice resounded in everyone's ears. Everyone's expression changed drastically, and no one dared to make a sound. The man's hands suddenly stopped moving, and then his eyes were filled with killing intent. He stared at Long Chun and said, "Do you know who you were talking to?" "I don't need to know who you are. I never like to remember the names of dead people," Long Chun replied. The man's face immediately turned gloomy. Streaks of blood-red light shot out from his body. Murderous intent appeared in his eyes as he tore the woman in his arms apart. The members of the Green Vine clan couldn't help but frown deeply when they saw this scene, and their faces were slightly livid. This was because this woman also had an azure vine mark between her brows. She was a member of the Soul Azure Vine clan. Yi Hailon, who was standing behind Long Chun, had a frosty look on his face when he saw this scene. He said coldly, "This person treats women like dirt. He really deserves to die." "Oh, I didn't think that there would be such a beauty in the northern region. Looks like I didn't come here in vain." After saying that, the man waved his hand and a spear appeared. As the long spear was waved, a series of power of the rules instantly covered it. Then, a spear's shadow suddenly scattered countless blood-red thunderbolts in all directions. It tore through the space and attacked Long Chun. The man acted casually, but the expressions of the people from the various ancient clans changed drastically. As expected of a 3-star ancient clan from the Waste region, this spear contains 3 types of lightning laws, and all of them have reached perfection. Within the Wasteland, which of the Taoists of the various ancient clans aren't geniuses among geniuses? They also have countless resources at their disposal. Although this man is only an early-stage sovereign personage, I'm afraid no one in the northern region is a match for him. Although Long Chen's aptitude is also heaven-defying, he is still only a Dao integration stage cultivator. This person is going against the 3-star ancient clan. Only death awaits him. This attack crossed a distance of several thousand meters. Just as the crowd finished speaking, the spear had already arrived in front of Long Chun. Yi Hailon and Jian Shisan both took a few steps back, their expressions grave. In comparison, the 100 or so human kings behind them were even more unbearable. They retreated 100 steps, feeling as if their bodies had been struck by lightning. Lightning-type precepts? However, as he watched the spear's shadow descend, Long Chun remained motionless like a mountain. Instead, he muttered to himself playfully, "Rumble." The spear's shadows instantly covered Long Chen's entire body, and countless blood-red thunderbolts wreaked havoc. With Long Chun as the center, the ground cracked like a spider web for 1,000 meters. Waves of air spread out like a tsunami. The Taoist from the Shui clan laughed. His figure instantly turned into a shadow and swept toward Yi Hailon. His eyes were filled with the desire to wreak havoc. Bang! However, just as he swept out 1,000 meters, a humanoid, demonic beast covered in silver-white scales charged out from the area where the blood-red thunderbolts were wreaking havoc. Heavenly Dragon Vein, Second Dharma Body, Three-Eyed Thunder Dragon. The Taoist from the Shui clan flew out like a cannonball. A huge bloody hole appeared on his chest and back. Silver-white thunderbolts rolled and jumped on it, charring it black. Bang! 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 The Taoist flew for 10,000 meters before coming to a stop. The mountain behind him was smashed into pieces. How is this possible? He actually blocked it and isn't scathed. What kind of bloodline does this person have? How did he change so much? Moreover, the power of thunderbolts around him seems to have reached its peak. A 3-star ancient clan Taoist was sent flying by his thunderbolt rule power. The various ancient clans were shocked when they saw this scene from 10,000 meters away. Long Chun was unscathed under the attack of 3 types of thunderbolts. Moreover, he had severely injured the Taoist with one blow. It was terrifying. The elder from the Green Vine clan and many human kings on the platform could not help but gasp. They retreated one after another. They were inexplicably fearful of Long Chen's combat power. Thunderbolt rule power. A mere path 3rd level cultivator actually possesses such pure thunderbolt rule power. At the same time, the Taoist from the Shui clan slowly stood up from the rubble of the mountain. The huge hole in his chest was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. The Taoist looked at Long Chun with murderous eyes. There was no longer a trace of contempt in his eyes. However, just as he stood up, the wings behind Long Chen's back flashed. His figure seemed to have teleported. In the blink of an eye, he had traveled 1,000 meters. He rushed to the Taoist in a few breaths' time. "You're just a 3-star ancient clan Taoist. How dare you be so presumptuous?" Long Chen's face was also filled with murderous intent. The Taoist was about to attack Yi Hailon, which had completely infuriated him. Boom! 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 Bolts of thunderbolts accompanied the sword technique and fell like raindrops. The Taoist from a Shui clan was instantly engulfed by the waves of thunderbolts. Crackle. Boom. The mountain that was originally 100 meters tall was now like a gas, thunderbolts, and flames. It was forcefully blasted into a depression. Where the sword mark landed, bolts of thunderbolts tore a 10,000 feet long ravine. All the ancient clan kings present were aghast. Even the Green Vine clan's members were terrified. A few of the higher-ups even hurriedly walked to the elder on the platform. This. Should we take action? If we join forces, we might be able to take down Long Chun. The white-haired great elder's face was ghastly pale. When he saw the scene, he snorted and said, "We can't take action. I didn't expect this person's combat power to have reached such a level. However, this scene is more my liking. All clansmen, step back. We mustn't take part in the battle." The few higher-ups from a Green Vine clan were about to ask questions when they suddenly understood. There were 3 Taoists who came to the North region this time. If the Taoist couldn't defeat the other 2, they naturally wouldn't stand by and watch. Instead of sacrificing their clansmen to fight against Long Chun, it was better to hand Long Chun over to the 3-star ancient clan, Shui clan. Bang! 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 A bolt of crimson thunderbolt soared into the sky and burst out from the ground. The Taoist from the Shui clan was covered in blood. There were sword wounds that were so deep that his bones could be seen. He no longer looked superior. The Taoist stared at Long Chun and panted heavily. He said, "Your bloodline has the power of Thunderbolt origin. If I devour your power of Thunderbolt today, it will be complete." The Taoist's eyes were red. He didn't care about the wounds on his body. He stared at Long Chun, and the crimson glow on his body became unprecedentedly strong. Bloodline superpower, sky-swallowing crimson python. As the Taoist spoke, he instantly transformed into his bloodline original form. A huge crimson python that was hundreds of thousands of feet long suddenly appeared. Chapter 339. Soul Green Vine, Clan the Shui clan had the blood python bloodline. This bloodline could devour other people's bodies and souls, robbing them of the power of rules they had comprehended. This ability was similar to Long Chen's cultivation. However, there was a huge flaw in it. The Shui clan members could only use this ability 3 times in their lives. Moreover, they needed an endless supply of women to share the cold Yin energy. Otherwise, their blood would turn cold and they would die. Even so, this clan had become a 3-star ancient clan and had a place in the Waste region. After the bloodline ability appeared, the bloody mouth fell toward Long Chun like a crack in space. The strong tearing force caused countless rocks to fly into it uncontrollably. A few human kings from the Soul Green Vine clan who were close to it did not have time to run away. They fell into the mouth and turned into powder. Jin Shursan, Yi Hailan, and the rest were also shocked. They retreated a few thousand meters. Although this person was only a human king, his combat power was not something the people of the North region could compare to. In the name of the heavens, I command the power of thunder punishment. Seeing the bloody mouth coming toward him, the thunder symbol between Long Chen's eyebrows shone brightly. His third eye opened instantly. It was filled with thunder, symbols like a sea of thunder. Boom, boom. It was daytime between heaven and earth. A thunderbolt as big as a mountain tore through space. It landed on the huge body of the giant python in front of Long Chun. A pungent, burnt smell spread in all directions. Long Chun stood where he was without moving. Meanwhile, the giant python in front of him had been forcefully split into 2 from 7 inches away from its body. How dare you be so arrogant with such a bloodline? As soon as Long Chun finished speaking, he disappeared from where he was. Streaks of sword light shot out and instantly fell towards the giant python from all directions. Boom, boom, boom. Blood splattered everywhere. The Taoist of the Shui clan had already transformed into his human form. However, his body was full of holes. Countless sword scars had already pierced through his body. Bloody foam flowed out of the Taoist's mouth as he cried out, "How can you have such a powerful bloodline ability? Void sword, soul, sword body slash." Unfortunately, Longchen did not give him much time. As soon as his voice fell, an invisible and colorless sword ray suddenly broke through the air. Lesser Saint technique, earth-splitting spear. The man's expression changed drastically. He instantly unleashed the last of his strength, and the long spear in his hand expanded in the wind. However, the sword light seemed to be unstoppable as it pierced through the spear, passing through thousands of meters of space before landing on his body. No! Bang, bang, bang. The path chosen of the Shui clan let out an indignant roar, and his body instantly turned into a bloody mist. The moment his soul appeared, it was crushed by Longchen. The physical body and soul of a Taoist from a 3-star ancient clan had been destroyed. The members of the Soul Greenvine clan were filled with terror. Even the Supreme Elder's expression changed. Whether it was bloodline power, rule power, or even martial arts, Longchen had completely crushed the path chosen of the Shui clan. The Soul Greenvine clan retreated rapidly, and the Supreme Elder's face was filled with fear. Although Longchen was only at the Tao integration stage, his application and comprehension of rule power had already surpassed the mid-stage or even late-stage human monarch realm. Did I allow you to leave? However, just as everyone retreated, Longchen's figure was already standing 1,000 meters in front of them. With a loud shout, the Soul Greenvine clan's close to 1,000 human monarchs suddenly froze on the spot. The Supreme Elder's face turned purple. He had never expected that the path chosen of the Shui clan would be killed in such a short time. You? What else do you want to do? Do you know what kind of disaster you'll bring to the various clans in the North region by killing the path chosen of the Shui clan? The Supreme Elder forced himself to remain calm. However, Longchen acted as if he did not hear anything. He walked toward the Soul Greenvine clan. When he arrived in front of the Supreme Elder subconsciously took a few steps back. Longchen looked at him indifferently and said, "Aren't there 2 more path chosen? Let's get rid of them together today. Bring me to the Soul Greenvine clan." When the Supreme Elder heard Longchen's words, he was completely stunned. He stared at Longchen as if he was looking at a madman. However, after a short while he agreed. He thought to himself, with 2 path chosen and the strength of the entire Soul Greenvine clan, Longchen will definitely be no match for them. Yi Hailan and Jian Shisan hurriedly came forward. Jian Shisan said, "Master, this is too dangerous. Once we head to the Soul Greenvine clan, we'll have to face the entire clan. Moreover, there are 2 path chosen. It's just 2 path chosen. I'd like to see what they're capable of." As Longchen spoke, he lifted the Supreme Elder on the stage with his hand. This scene caused the surrounding people to feel both shocked and amused at the same time. The Soul Greenvine clan's Human King Advanced Stage expert did not even have the courage to attack Longchen. He was at the mercy of others. At the same time, in the Soul Greenvine clan's main hall, there were countless beautiful women lying on the ground. It was obvious that the Soul Greenvine clan had no scruples in currying favor with the Xie clan. 2 of the men's bodies suddenly shook, and the women beneath them were shocked into flesh and blood. Big brother, the aura of third brother's divine soul has disappeared. Didn't you say that no one in the North region dares to go against the Xie clan? One of the blood-haired men shouted sternly. The other person's face was cold. When he heard that, there was a flash of light in his hand, and a jade token appeared. It was a pity that the jade token had already shattered into pieces. "Let's go. I'd like to see who dares to go against the Xie clan. There's actually someone in the North region who can kill third brother." However, just as the 2 of them walked out of the Soul Greenvine clan's formation, they saw the space in front of them being torn apart. One by one, the human kings of the Soul Greenvine clan appeared. Jian Shisan and the others followed closely behind. The moment they appeared, 5 to 6 human kings of the Soul Greenvine clan went up to greet them. One of the sturdy, middle-aged men with green vine patterns all over his body said in a deep voice, "Did you bring back the sky-reaching Bahinia vine? How was the battle with the Godwolf clan? Why did you alarm the Taoists?" The man shouted at the elder on the stage. He had not seemed to notice Longchen and the others. He only thought of them as a vassal ancient clan. Just as he finished speaking, the two Taoists in the Blood Greenvine clan stood up. However, the two Taoists from the Shui clan rose into the air and asked coldly, "Why did my third brother die?" As soon as they said that, the leader of the Soul Greenvine clan with green vine patterns suddenly trembled. He said in a trembling voice, Two Taoists, what did you say?" One of the three Taoists from the Xie clan who had just left was actually dead. The Soul Greenvine clan could not absolve themselves from the blame for the death of their Taoist. At this moment, the white-haired Grand Elder walked up with an ashen face. He said in a trembling voice, "Third young master was killed by this person." Chapter 340. Meet the Daozilong Chun forced the people of the Soul Greenvine clan to tear the space and arrive behind the Soul Greenvine clan. The various ancient clans arrived one after another. However, they all looked at each other from afar, not daring to get close. Is Long Chun really from the north of the northern region? Whether it's his martial skill, movement skill, or bloodline power, I'm afraid they're not any weaker than an ancient bloodline. It's a pity that man proposes, but God disposes. If the Xie clan hadn't come, the North region might have really changed hands. Although the Soul Ivy clan was the ruling clan of the northern region, the other ancient clans could replace them. In fact, the four one-star ancient clans only cared about the resources on the sacred mountain. As for whether the ruling clan of the North region was the Godwolf clan or the Soul Greenvine clan, they simply disdained to care. Unfortunately, the Xie clan had already reached a deal with the Soul Greenvine clan. Moreover, one of them had died at the hands of Long Chun. The eyes of the two Taoists from the Xie clan were filled with murderous intent. They followed the gaze of the Soul Greenvine clan supreme elder and looked at Long Chun. One of them said coldly, "Are you saying that this person killed my third brother?" The Taoist from the Shui clan spoke with a hint of bewilderment. Seeing the Grand Elder nod, the other person suddenly shouted, "You're saying that this young man killed my third brother? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Could it be that your Soul Ivy clan wants to be exterminated?" Plop! That Supreme Elder only felt an immense pressure pressing down on his shoulders in an instant. Although the two of them were young and were only in the human king realm, he could feel his soul trembling. Although he was a late-stage human king, he had only comprehended one type of rule power. Compared to this 3-star ancient race Tao disciple, he was of little value. In the wasteland, all the Taoists were outstanding talents and had countless resources. Fighting above their level was a piece of cake for them. The white-haired Grand Supreme Elder knelt on the ground like a dead dog and cried out, "Taoists, you've misunderstood. He's not a subordinate disciple of our clan right now. He's from the north of the North region. This time, he was the one who opened the 6th level of the Divine Mountain. He even took most of the resources that appeared in the Divine Mountain. That's not all. Although he is only a young man and is only at the Tao integration realm, he was able to kill the Killer King with a wave of his hand. He definitely has the potential to become a Tao child." The Grand Supreme Elder still seemed to have a lingering fear in his heart. As he spoke, he couldn't help but glance at Long Chun, who wasn't far away from him. Long Chun had single-handedly killed several late-stage human kings from the Godwolf clan. He had even killed the Taoist of the Shui clan. This had truly shocked him. What's the point of saying so much? Since I'm here to fight, Long Chun said indifferently. The Spirit Greenvine clan leader immediately stood up and said in a deep voice, "So what if you have monstrous combat strength? These two are Taoists of the 3-star ancient clan. Can you bear the wrath of the 3-star ancient clan?" The two Taoists of the Shui clan looked deeply at Long Chun and said coldly, "Since my third brother died in your hands, everyone who is related to you today will die. And your Spirit Greenvine clan. It seems like the Godwolf clan should rule over the clan. Your clan has disappointed me too much." Upon hearing the words Godwolf clan, the surrounding people's expressions became extremely strange. The Grand Supreme Elder said softly, "At least 80% of the Godwolf clan's combat strength has been killed by this person. I'm afraid the Godwolf clan only has the strength of a 7-star ancient clan now." As long as the two Taoists kill this person, our clan is willing to give you 1,000,000 top-grade spirit stones every year. Currently, the Shui clan was the Spirit Green Vine clan's last hope. When the two Taoists heard that nearly 80% of the God Wolf clan's combat strength had been killed by Long Chun, their expressions changed slightly. Then, they looked at Long Chun and said, "I didn't expect the North region to have such a genius. However, you shouldn't have provoked the Shui clan today." The two of them didn't say anything else. They immediately cut off Long Chen's escape route one after another. Yi Hailan, Jian Shisan, and more than 100 people behind them activated the battle formation again. They were prepared to fight the enemy together with Long Chun. The Spirit Green Vine clan was also eager to make a move. However, at this moment, Long Chun casually glanced at the two Taoists in front of him and said nonchalantly, "You don't have to do anything. They're just two Taoists of the 3-star ancient clan at the 3rd stage Human King realm." As soon as Long Chun finished speaking, the Spirit Green Vine clan members looked at him as if they were looking at an idiot. The surrounding people who were watching from afar exclaimed in surprise. Does this person know who he's going to fight? These are two Taoists. These two Taoists have both comprehended the power of 6 rules. Although they're only at the 3rd stage Human King realm, even a late-stage Human King is no match for them. Where does he get his confidence from? Does he think that he's invincible just because he defeated a Taoist? The two Taoists of the Shui clan were stunned. Then, they flew into a rage and said, "You're so arrogant after killing my 3rd brother. If I don't kill you today, where will the Shui clan's dignity go?" As the person shouted, the two of them didn't hesitate at all. Divine Technique, Wild Wind Saber. Divine Technique, Sweeping Wind. The two of them charged toward Long Chun with their saber wind like a tidal wave. In an instant, their bodies emitted a towering divine light. Saber blades shot out one after another, bringing about endless wind blades. Each blade was at least 1,000 feet long, and the power of rules within them fluctuated one after another. Rumble. The moment the saber blades fell, the 100-meter-tall mountains were instantly cut into countless pieces of gravel wherever the radiance passed. More than a dozen ancient clan human kings who were watching from afar were instantly pulverized. Only their souls escaped. In front of a 3-star ancient clan Taoist, the northern region human kings were completely vulnerable. Long Chun was the first to bear the brunt. The scales on his body instantly transformed into the body of a green dragon. Wind come. As the body of the azure dragon appeared, Long Chen's long sword moved slightly. Dark clouds covered the sky once again, and the surroundings suddenly became dark. The overflowing rain azure dragon physique was the 3rd Dharma body of the heavenly dragon vein. It could control the power of wind and rain. Countless gusts of wind appeared out of thin air like sharp blades, and Long Chen's sword instantly intertwined with the attacks of the two Qi. Qi. The sound of space exploding rang out one after another. Countless wind blades were blasted away along with the power of laws. The screams of the Green Soul Vine clan's members rang out incessantly. Whether they were Tao, fusing experts, or Human King experts, they were all torn to pieces in an instant. The expression of the patriarch of the Soul, Green Vine clan instantly changed drastically, and he stared at this scene with astonishment as he retreated madly. Activate the Guardian Formation. The people behind Long Chun also retreated 10,000 meters. Countless eyes stared at the three of them in shock. The three of them actually retreated a few hundred meters. The two Taoists of the Shui clan stared at Long Chun. The contempt in their eyes had already disappeared, and they were immediately filled with solemnity. They said in a deep voice, "A bloodline that can mobilize the power of heaven and earth. The northern region actually has such a high-grade bloodline." Chapter 341. The Tao disciple of the massacre. After a short conversation, the two of them started to take Long Chun seriously. The Soul Ivy clan even activated the clan protection formation because of the battle between the three of them. The Grand Supreme Elder's face was ashen. He never expected Long Chun to be so strong. Clan leader, if Long Chun wins, I'm afraid our clan will end up worse than the Godwolf clan. The Grand Supreme Elder said in a low voice. A hint of fear flashed across the clan leader's face. Long Chun was just a Dao integration stage cultivator, but he had defeated 3 Dao integration stage cultivators and a Leaking clan. He was too terrifying. If he didn't die today, the Soul Ivy clan would have no place in the North region. The 2 Dao disciples and Long Chun continued to fight. In the blink of an eye, there were more than 100 of them. The wind and clouds changed color, and the mountains shook. The entire Soul Ivy clan's territory seemed to be experiencing an earthquake. The clan leader, a burly middle-aged man, saw this scene and asked coldly, "Did you obtain the redbud vine on this trip to the Divine Mountain?" The white-haired Grand Supreme Elder hurriedly replied, "Yes, but is there enough time?" The middle-aged man with green tattoos shouted coldly, "Let the Patriarch be ready to come out of seclusion at any time. If Long Chun loses, the Patriarch can naturally slowly integrate with this item, and our clan can continue to dominate the North region. If Long Chun wins, let the Patriarch swallow this item by force." The Grand Supreme Elder was startled when he heard this and replied, "If the Patriarch swallows this item by force, won't he go?" The middle-aged man interrupted him coldly. On the other side, the 2 Dao disciples' bone-deep wounds healed rapidly. They stared at Long Chun in shock. On the other hand, although Long Chun's body was covered in wounds, they were very light. The 2 of them looked at each other. Without any hesitation, a bloody glow shone from their bodies, and they instantly transformed into their bloodline true forms. In an instant, the 2 giant pythons covered the sky and covered the sun. The mountain-like body of the blood python swept toward Long Chun, and countless wind blade laws covered it. Blood python swallows the sky. At the same time, both of them used their innate abilities at the same time, using their heads and tails at the same time. Long Chun was instantly pushed back 10,000 meters, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. The strength of these 2 Taoists was far superior to that of the one he had killed. He felt as if his internal organs were about to be torn apart by the intense tearing force around him. The green light around his body started to flicker like a star. Long Chun looked at the sky and said coldly, "In my name, I summon the power of the rain." As Long Chun's voice fell, the dark clouds in the sky suddenly condensed into a black wall. The heavy rain came in an instant. Wong, as the raindrops fell, actually turned into a green color, resonating with Long Chun. Countless ancient race clansmen felt their hair stand on end as they fled in all directions. Countless human kings tore through space in a frenzy. Every raindrop streaked across the sky. It tore a huge hole in space. For a moment, the sky was riddled with holes like a rag. "Kill!" Following Long Chun's thunderous voice, the green light surged toward the 2 Taoists like a tide. The 2's special abilities were instantly shattered. This was because countless space cracks had appeared in front of them. The raindrops gathered and turned into the shape of a dragon, arriving instantly like a ferocious beast. Every raindrop had the power to tear through space, and it was so terrifying that the surrounding human kings were paralyzed on the ground. Chi, 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 chi. Tens of thousands of bloody rays were instantly torn into countless pieces of flesh and blood, which fell into the space cracks. In the end, not even a trace of blood was left. The 2 Taoists of the Xie clan did not even have the chance to scream before their bodies were destroyed. Their bodies were destroyed, and their souls immediately rushed out. Above their souls, their eyes were filled with fear. Long Chun's special ability had completely destroyed their minds. Today, the 2 of us have lost. However, what awaits you is the endless fury of my clan. Their souls transmitted their divine thoughts and instantly turned into green smoke, wanting to leave. However, what happened next made them tremble. "You want to leave now? It's too late." Long Chun sneered. He grabbed the air with his right hand, and the two souls actually rolled back. The two of them felt as if there was an invisible wall suppressing the two of them. With their cultivation, even Long Chun would not be able to catch up to them if they escaped immediately. However, now that only their souls were left, they were like fish on a chopping block in Long Chen's eyes. How can this be? You're clearly only in the path integration realm. Even if your bloodline power is monstrous, your divine thought cannot reach such a level. God imprisonment domain? How did you do it? How can your divine thought be so strong? The God imprisonment domain was not a martial art technique, nor was it a special ability. It was a divine thought technique that only appeared in the human emperor realm. This technique used a powerful divine thought to imprison souls that were weaker than the users. Long Chun was able to imprison their souls with his divine thought, which meant that his divine thought was far stronger than theirs. On the other side, the people in all directions were frightened by Long Chen's bloodline power. They either fled or ran away. Only less than a dozen ancient clans were watching from tens of thousands of meters away. At this moment, they were also looking at Long Chun with fear. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock. The bloodline power just now was like directly manipulating the power of heaven and earth. It was really too terrifying. Many human kings behind the Spirit Ivy clan leader were also pale. None of them still had the will to fight. They had already been shocked by Long Chen's combat power. Poof, poof. No matter how their souls screamed, Long Chun was unmoved. He waved his hand and destroyed their souls. Then, streaks of invisible bloodline power instantly entered his body. The two of them were Taoists of the three-star ancient clans. Their bloodline power was extremely strong, far stronger than the North region human kings. After devouring their bloodline power, the blood in his body finally turned into 5 colors. The heavenly dragon bloodline's 4th Dharma body, 5 elements azure dragon. The green glow around Long Chen's body dissipated, and the wounds on his body instantly disappeared. As the bloodline power was perfected, the 5 elements azure dragon body was awakened. For a moment, he only felt that the entire world had undergone a strange change. The pulse of the earth, the pulse of flames from the exotic fire beast, and the water droplets flowing underground. It was as if the 5 elements law had a panoramic view at this moment. The 5 elements law had gathered. Long Chen knew that he was about to step into the human king realm. After the 2 Taoists died, Long Chen stared at the Spirit Ivy clan in the clan guarding array. He saw Hun Qianfan standing among the many human kings with an ashen face. Thinking back to when he had just entered the North region and this person's advice, he frowned and said, "Your clan once helped my Tsangji clan. Although the grudge has been settled, I'll still let you go today. Wait." Seeing that Long Chun was about to turn and leave, the Spirit Ivy clan leader shouted coldly, "Today, I won't let you go. You killed 3 Taoists of the Xie clan. When the Xie clan comes, my clan will definitely be buried with you." Chapter 342. Step into the human sovereign realm after killing the 3 Taoists of the Shui clan. The various ancient clans in the North region had already started to respect Long Chun from the bottom of their hearts. But no one had expected that a storm would actually arise in the Soul Vine clan at this time. Has the Soul Ivy clan gone mad? Long Chun is currently like the sun in the midday sky, yet they still dare to provoke him. Long Chun has tolerated this race time and time again. Could it be that he still can't see the situation clearly? Could it be that the Soul Ivy clan still has a backup plan? The various ancient clans were extremely shocked. With the combat strength that Long Chun had displayed, everyone really did not know where the Spirit Ivy clan got the courage to become enemies with him. Long Chun also frowned slightly. He slowly shook his head and said, "I have already done everything I can for your clan. If you don't know, then don't blame me." Long Chun felt sympathy in his heart, but he did not expect that the Soul Ivy clan would still be so overbearing. The Soul Azure Vine revealed a bitter smile as he stood among the many sovereign personages of his clan. With so many of the soul azure vines upper echelon gathered here, he no longer had the right to speak. Just as everyone was wondering where the Soul Ivy clan got the confidence to fight against Long Chun, the Soul Ivy clan, an extremely powerful aura slowly rose from the center of the Soul Greenvine clan. A shriveled old man in a dark green robe rose into the air. The moment this person appeared, the Green Vine tribe chief and the many upper echelons revealed a smile on the corners of their mouths. Everyone stared at Long Chun with ridicule. The clan leader spoke directly. Today, if you cripple your own cultivation, surrender yourself, and head to the Xie clan to receive your punishment, the people behind you might still be able to survive and become our slaves. The old man walked over slowly in the air. Every step he took caused the space to tremble and ripples to spread out. Hiss! The expressions of the surrounding ancient clans changed simultaneously. Everyone from the Soul Ivy clan was overjoyed. This was the cultivation of the perfection of the human king realm. Not only that, but everyone also saw the Skirich Bauhinia vine in his hand. The old man walked to the front of the crowd and looked deeply at Long Chun. He said, "Kid, do you still want me to attack? With this Bauhinia vine, I can possess the power of a half-step human sovereign for a short time. You can only die." Everyone shook their heads one after another. No one expected the Soul Ivy clan to have such a foundation. If this person could possess the cultivation of a human king realm for a short time, Long Chun would definitely die. Although his battle prowess was heaven-defying, he was still only a Dao integration stage cultivator. However, his battle prowess that could fight against a human king was ultimately nothing but an illusion in the face of a half-step human emperor. Long Chin's hard hearts Bauhinia. Long Chin's blood Ivy clan. This Bauhinia vine was something he had left behind for the Greenvine Soul clan. He had never thought that this item would give him an opponent who was half a step into the Renwang realm. However, Long Chun did not regret. This was his principle. No matter if it was in his previous life or this life, he would never owe anyone anything. Of Chin's of his 6. King Human Sovereign Realm. Then let me see what you're capable of. As Long Chin's voice fell, the 5-color divine light around him shot up into the sky. The scales on his body quickly faded away and were replaced by 5-colored scales. The 4th Dharmakaya of the heavenly dragon bloodline, the 5 elements azure dragon. When the surrounding people saw Long Chin's scales change again, they all revealed strange expressions. They were extremely curious about the power of Long Chin's bloodline. Whoosh, whoosh. The sound of the air being torn apart resounded as the 5 elements' power from all directions rapidly converged towards Long Chun. The power of the 5 elements' laws surged into Long Chin's dantian. Long Chun, who was already at the Dao integration final stage, had his aura rising steadily. The dragon's soul in his body breathed out, and the 3,000 scales on his body lit up. The 5 elements' azure dragon body helped him gather the laws of the 5 elements. 1. A formless wave of chi spread out from Long Chin's body in all directions. Not good. This person is about to step into the human king realm. The expression of the Spirit Green Vine clan's patriarch suddenly changed. Long Chin's combat power was monstrous. If he stepped into the human king realm, the outcome would still be uncertain. The skinny old man in the green robe side, the Chinese redbud vine in his hand, was instantly stabbed into his chest and then disappeared. Rays of purple light instantly covered the old man's entire body. His bones emitted a strange sound that made one's scalp tingle. At the same time, his shriveled body was filling up at a speed visible to the naked eye. This person forcibly merged with the Chinese redbud vine, and his cultivation instantly rose to the king human sovereign realm. Divine technique, vine, purgatory. The king human sovereign realm expert appeared above Long Chun in the blink of an eye. His speed was so fast that it was as if he had teleported. He formed a seal with his right hand and pressed down on Long Chun. Ancient vines covered the sky and covered the sun. They were covered in a dark purple color, and they instantly wrapped around Long Chun. With laws, disperse. The ancient vines cut through the space. As they strangled, Long Chen's voice came from within like thunder. Green light soared into the sky. Countless trees within a radius of tens of thousands of meters were scorched. The green mountains turned yellow in an instant. The king human sovereign realm expert's divine technique was also shattered in an instant. The attack, which was originally full of laws, was actually vulnerable. Bang! Long Chun directly leaped out. The five-color divine light around his body soared into the sky. He slammed his sword into the king human sovereign realm expert's chest. Poochie! A huge bloody hole appeared. The king human sovereign realm expert flew back thousands of meters and slammed into the spirit green vine clan's protective formation, setting off monstrous ripples. How is this possible? He actually defeated the king human sovereign realm expert. The spirit green vine clan has always broken through to the human king realm by comprehending the wood laws. This person has temporarily stepped into the king human sovereign realm with the Chinese redbud vine. But look at the radius of 10,000 miles now. Long Chun actually deprived this place of the wood laws. How'd he do it? Cries of astonishment rose and fell all around. The king human sovereign realm expert of the spirit green vine clan looked at the big hole in his chest and stared at Long Chun in horror. You have reached the human king realm? But even if that's the case, why are you able to mobilize all the laws of wood? Even my laws of wood are completely suppressed. This is impossible. The king human sovereign realm expert did not expect Long Chun to step into the human king realm in an instant. Moreover, he seemed to have an unprecedented understanding of the wood laws. Long Chun walked over slowly, but did not answer him. He, who had stepped into the human king realm, resonated with the body of the five elements azure dragon. He had already mastered all the five elements and 3,000 great paths in the world. However, all the laws within the five elements were ineffective against him. You have long passed your limit. Now, you're just forcibly prolonging your life. Your cultivation seems to be at the king human sovereign realm, but in reality, it is less than half of your strength. Today, you will definitely lose. Long Chen's voice was indifferent. The fingertip of his right hand moved, and countless flames appeared out of thin air around the king, human sovereign realm expert. The power of the laws rose and fell one after another. Even though I am about to die, I am still a king, human sovereign realm expert. Even if I die, I will not be so cowardly. In the flames, the old man suddenly shouted. As soon as the old man's voice fell, his entire body turned into a purple vine. In an instant, he shot toward Long Chen's head like an arrow. Long Chen's face suddenly darkened. The scabbard in his left hand slashed forward. When the scabbard came into contact with the green vine that the old man had turned into, it instantly shattered. Chapter 343. With a wave of his hand, he beheaded 1,000 people. Seeing half of his body turn into bones, Long Chun couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. This person was just a half-step human sovereign, and his cultivation was forcefully raised by the redbud vine. Even so, it was already so terrifying. Long Chen's five elements radiated brilliantly, and his flesh was instantly regenerated. After the old man died, his spirit dissipated instantly. This half-step human sovereign's body had already lost all its vitality, and even his spirit was forcefully condensed. Otherwise, even if Long Chun was a human sovereign, he wouldn't have one so easily. At this moment, the faces of the Soul Ivy clan members were like pig's liver, and the clan leader couldn't help but tremble. The half-step human sovereign was defeated in an instant after Long Chun broke through to the human sovereign realm. At the same time, Long Chun slowly walked forward and arrived in front of the Soul Ivy clan's protective formation. Flames appeared on his right arm, and the air suddenly exploded with an ear-piercing sound. The protective formation that was originally set ablaze with green smoke in an instant. The moment the formation broke, the entire Soul IV clan trembled and cried out in fear. Long Chen's current combat power was so strong that the Soul IV clan had no way to resist it. Plop, plop. The clan leader of the Soul IV clan saw Long Chen walking toward him, and he felt his knees go soft, and he knelt on the ground. From today onwards, the Soul IV clan is no longer a 4-star ancient clan. Unfortunately, before the clan leader could speak, Long Chen waved his hand, and earth spikes shot into the sky. Almost 1,000 Soul IV clan's king-level powerhouses died in an instant. Then, Long Chen grabbed the air with his right hand, and the souls of almost 1,000 human kings were shattered. Jianshi San, Yi Hailon, and the 100 human kings that Long Chen brought were stunned when they saw this scene. More than 1,000 human kings were killed with a wave of his hand and a smile. The members of the Soul Green Vine clan were all shivering. The blood on the ground dyed the Soul Green Vine clan red. The clan leader was still kneeling on the ground. His face was covered in dust and blood, but he didn't dare to raise his head. Long Chen walked casually, but it was as if he had done something insignificant. He looked at Hun Qianfan in the distance. In the end, he said indifferently, "From today onwards, you are the patriarch of the Soul Green Vine clan." After that, his voice paused for a moment before he continued. "This is the last chance I'm giving your clan. If this happens again, then the Northern Territory will cease to have the Soul Vine clan." Hun Qianfan was stunned for a moment before he hurriedly slashed out and bowed. His face was full of bitterness. That day, when he fought Long Chen at the border of the northern region, he also used all of his strength to take 3 moves from him. Now, only a few short months had passed, and Long Chen no longer feared the northern region's human kings, and he suppressed the Taoist. The surroundings were so quiet that it made one's heart palpitate. Since Long Chen didn't say anything, no one dared to make any noise. After a long while, Long Chen nodded slightly. He looked at the Soul Green Vine clan's land and said in a deep voice, "From today onwards, this place will be the land of my desolate clan. Your clan will head to the God Wolf clan and kill all of their clansmen. This land will be your clan's new land." Long Chen recalled Yu Tian's determination to die in battle when he fell into a demonic state in the Divine Mountain. Since Yu Tian had once followed him, he would exterminate the God Wolf clan for him today. Hun Qianfan waved his hand and led his clan out of the mountain. The surrounding ancient clans sighed endlessly. The ruling clan of a northern region was like a stray dog today. However, everyone knew that Long Chen was already extremely benevolent by not exterminating this clan. "Patriarch, it's time for you to go." When the Soul Green Vine clan's clansmen left the mountain, Hun Qianfan raised his whip, and the 1,000-man patriarch's body shattered as he laughed bitterly. His soul also burned on its own. Long Chen glanced at him and didn't say anything. He only nodded slightly. Hun Qianfan's action was to tell him that the Soul Green Vine clan would no longer be hostile. Long Chen slowly stepped into the Soul Green Vine clan's territory. Yi Hailon Jianshi San followed closely behind him. There were only 100 of them in such a huge clan. The surrounding ancient clans had already retreated. If it was in the past, the ruling clan would definitely not be replaced by such a scene. If the Godwolf clan had defeated the Soul Green Vine clan, the other ancient clans would have already surrounded them and surrendered, voluntarily becoming their subordinate clan. However, although Long Chen's combat power was overwhelming, none of the ancient clans dared to befriend him. Everyone knew the reason. It was the Xie clan. The Xie clan in the Waste region had at least 3 human sovereign realm experts. Now, all 3 of their Taoists had died at the hands of Long Chen. In the Divine Arrow clan, the disciples of the 5 major sects who had abandoned Long Chen looked at each other. The 3 sect masters' expressions were very interesting. It was hard to tell if they were regretful or surprised. When Long Chen had led them to the North region, they had been fearful because they had offended the Godwolf clan. However, not only had Long Chen destroyed the Godwolf clan, but he had also stripped the Soul Green Vine clan of their ruling position. He had even killed 3 Taoists, especially when there were only 100 people behind him These 100 people were the disciples of the 5 major sects, but now they had all become human kings. Just 100 of them could fight more than 1,000 human kings. What are you still looking at? Hurry up and leave. Do you really think this is a backer? I'm afraid the Xie clan of the Waste region will send people here in less than a month. The elder of the divine Arrow clan was livid. He was even more fearful of Long Chun. He urged the people of the Shumi clan to leave quickly. However, the disciples of the Shumi clan stood there in a daze. Among them, a few disciples of the way of the virtual saint level were flushed. They could not help but say, a few of those 100 people were disciples of the Wanjian sect. They were just core disciples. His cultivation is even lower than mine, but now he has become a human king. When we came to the North region and became the subordinates of the Divine Arrow clan, we were suppressed everywhere. However, those disciples who were weaker than us have reached a level that I might not be able to reach in decades. The voices of the Divine Arrow clan's subordinates rose and fell. Many disciples of the Shumi clan rushed toward the Soul Greenvine clan one after another. The 3 elders of the 100 Smelting clan turned purple. There was an indescribable sense of loss in their hearts. Humph, if you want to join the Sangji clan, I won't stop you. However, think carefully. What awaits you is the crazy revenge of the 3-star ancient Xie clan. The elder of the divine Arrow clan was livid. He snorted coldly and left with a flick of his sleeve. The 3 elders looked at the disciple of the Shumi clan behind them. They did not know whether it was the right choice to join the Divine Arrow clan that day. After nearly 1,000 people went to the Soul Greenvine clan to follow Long Chen's footsteps, the 3 elders finally looked at each other and left with the remaining disciples. Regardless of whether it was right or wrong, today's path was their choice. Anyone could turn back, but the 3 of them could not. They were too ashamed to do so. In the Soul Greenvine clan's territory, Long Chen's eyes were filled with fear. However, no one stopped. He could not help but sneer. Chapter 344. Master's wife at the foot of an extremely cold ice mountain more than 10,000 miles away from the North region in the wasteland. A group of human kings wearing blood-colored python robes rushed up the mountain. The wasteland was located in the center of the ancient Desolation Land. At the center of the wasteland, which was also the center of the entire ancient Desolation Land, were the corpses of the 5 godly state wills. Because of the existence of these corpses, the power of space in the wasteland was extremely chaotic. Even human kings couldn't travel in the air or tear space apart. Many human kings wearing blood-colored python robes rushed up the ice mountain and saw that the ice and snow in the sky had turned blood red. Among them, a square-faced man with blood-red hair stood in the air. His murderous intent seemed to have materialized, causing the mountain under his feet to crackle and crack. This person was a 3-star ancient clan, the Xie family. When the group of human kings in blood-colored python robes saw this square-faced, middle-aged man, they immediately knelt on one knee and said, "Clan leader, although the human emperor of the Mountain Kuei clan has died in battle, the remaining clan members are still difficult to deal with. If it wasn't for the man named Marquis Fengqing, this clan would have been exterminated. Now, we have returned in defeat." Enough! Just as the voices of the few human kings in the lead fell, the square-faced, middle-aged man, standing in the air, stopped them. Everyone immediately kept quiet. The middle-aged man said coldly, "The Mountain Kuei clan has been defeated. The North region is already under our control. 1-star Bright Moon Ancient clan has already allowed us to take over their previous position. However, the nameplates of our clan's 3 path chosen were all shattered 2 days ago." As soon as this was said, the expressions of the Xie family's human kings who had just returned changed drastically. One of them even exclaimed, "How is this possible? Eldest young master is only 26 years old and has already become a human king. He has even comprehended 6 types of rule power. Second young master and third young master are not weak either. Who in the North region can kill them? 3 path chosen have been killed, and all of them had died in the north region. This shocked and enraged all of them. It had been a long time since the Sief family and ancient clan's younger generation had such a rare genius. Among the three path chosen, only the eldest young master was slightly more talented. However, the Sief family had used countless resources to raise their abilities to the human king level. In the wasteland, the name of a Taoist sometimes represented the rise and fall of a clan. Now, all three of them were dead. This was undoubtedly a huge blow to the Xie clan. Give up on pursuing the Mountain Kuei race. Take another 300 late-stage sovereign personages and head to the northern region. Anyone who has anything to do with the death of my clan's Taoist will be exterminated. The middle-aged man's words made the group of blood-robed human kings who had just returned shudder. The leader frowned slightly and said in a low voice, "The Mountain Kuei tribe has connections with many ancient clans. If we give up on pursuing them now, we will be in big trouble in the future." The Shui clan leader's face suddenly turned cold. Just as he was about to scold him, a leisurely voice came from the sky. "You all continue to hunt down the Mountain Kuei clan. Third granduncle, and I will personally deal with the matter of the northern region in 3 months. The two of us have just made a breakthrough in our cultivation. After this period of time has stabilized, we can go to the northern region to find many cultivation furnaces." At the instant that voice appeared, even the Sief family's clan leader bent down and nodded repeatedly when he heard it. This person was the fourth human sovereign personage of the Shui clan. Third granduncle had just broken through to the third level of the human sovereign personage. It was also because of the appearance of the fourth human sovereign personage and the birth of the third human sovereign personage. The Shui clan and ancient clans were able to turn the tables on the Mountain Kuei clan and seize control of the northern region. Now that 2 more human sovereigns were heading to the northern region, the Sief family's clan leader didn't say anything more. In the northern region, many disciples of the Shumi clan sought refuge, and Long Chun accepted it gladly. In the following period, he would occasionally enter the sacred mountain through the Void Throne and obtain many resources. He even connected part of the mountain to a cave. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Human sovereign personages continuously appeared in the Tsangji clan. Almost everyone was a human sovereign personage. The speed of the increase in numbers had already spread throughout the northern region. What's going on? A month has passed, and no one from the Shui clan of the Waste region has come. Could it be that the Shui clan has lost control of the northern region again? I remember that in the past, it was the Mountain Kuei clan who entered the Spirit Ivy clan. Hun Qianfan of the Spirit Ivy clan has unprecedented courage. After destroying the God Wolf clan, he immediately sought refuge with the Tsangji clan. Hun Qianfan is really courageous. He is willing to swear on his clan's bloodline that they will never betray him. Now that half a month has passed, they're already close to a human sovereign personage in his clan. I don't care. 2 days ago, I saw the Iron Tree clan heading to the Tsangji clan. In a month's time, the northern region had undergone earth-shattering changes. The God Wolf clan was destroyed. Half a month ago, the Spirit Ivy clan, under the leadership of Hun Qianfan, sought refuge with the Tsangji clan led by Long Chun. They became the first vassal clan of the Tsangji clan. Although the Tsangji clan only had 1,000 people, their ruling power in the northern region far surpassed that of the Spirit Ivy clan in the past. In the Tsangji clan, with a long sword in hand, Long Chun casually repelled Jian Shisan with a few strikes. His face was full of smiles. He looked at Jian Shisan and praised, "You have mastered all 3 moves of the formless sword art. The god-level sword art that I taught you has been transformed into a saint-level sword art. It's really rare." Jian Shisan bowed deeply. In the past month, Long Chun had been either cultivating or teaching him swordsmanship. Jian Shisan's cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. "Master, Missy should have come out of seclusion," Jian Shisan teased. He and Long Chun were master and disciple, but they were also like brothers. These days, their relationship had reached the point where they could talk about anything. How could Jian Shisan not see Long Chen's feelings for Yi Hailong? In fact, the entire Sangji clan now regarded Yi Hailon as Long Chen's partner. Swoosh! Just as the two of them were talking, an illusory sword ray crossed the space and disappeared in an instant. Long Chen's long sword moved slightly, and the illusory sword ray disappeared instantly. However, he murmured with a smile, "You reached level 6 of the Human King realm in a month. But this is how you thank me." Jian Shursen looked sideways and saw Yi Hailon with a frosty face. Yi Hailon's cultivation speed was even more terrifying. He had reached level 6 of the Human King realm from level 1 of the Human King realm in a month. "Master's wife, good morning. Master's wife has come out of seclusion. Congratulations!" Bang, bang, bang. Several disciples who were passing by were instantly sent flying and fell from the mountain peak. Yi Hailon stared at Long Chen with his beautiful eyes and said coldly, "You'd better explain this to me clearly." Long Chen laughed and said, "It's okay. Why go to the waste domain? I'll explain." Chapter 345. The word of love on the peak of the Sangji clan's mountain, swords crossed. Yi Hailon and Long Chen fought in close quarters, their sword moves rising and falling one after another. Many human kings of the Sangji clan watched from afar and shuddered. Master's wife is as beautiful as a fairy, but her battle strength is also so strong. I see that her attacks are so sharp. She really is Master's wife. Could it be that you've misunderstood? Misunderstood my ass. If this beauty isn't Master's wife, then what is she? What's more, her cultivation is the same as that Jian Shursan's eldest senior brothers. Crack, crack, crack. The sky gradually darkened. Jian Shursan had already tactfully left. The surrounding disciples also left one after another. It wasn't that they didn't want to continue watching and gossiping. It was because the two sword techniques were too terrifying. More than a dozen human kings had already been seriously injured by the aftershocks. Huff, huff. As the swords crossed, Yi Hailon finally stopped. She stared at Long Chen coldly, but she couldn't stop panting. Like a willow leaf breathing, she was incomparably elegant. It was unknown whether it was from anger or exhaustion. Long Chen was still standing indifferently. He stared at Yi Hailon, who was dripping with sweat and whose hair was slightly damp. A smile appeared on his lips. Yi Hailon saw Long Chen looking at her like this and immediately snorted coldly and turned around. After a while, Yi Hailon said coldly, "How long are you going to stare? Tomorrow, you must clarify our relationship in front of everyone." "What relationship?" Long Chen couldn't help but laugh. Yi Hailon was flustered. Looking at the sword in her hand, she only snorted coldly. At this moment, she felt that she really couldn't do anything to Long Chen. She couldn't beat him in a fight, nor could she beat him in an argument. This decisive guy who took down the northern region with his own strength was actually so shameless in front of her. Looking at Yi Hailon's frosty face, her chest rose and fell violently from anger. In his previous life, he had only focused on revenge and wasted his life. The word love had never appeared in his world. Only now did he realize how wonderful this feeling was. When Long Chen saw Yi Hailon's reaction, he stopped teasing him and said, "All right, let's not talk about this for now. I have something to tell you. Tomorrow, I'll be leaving the northern region for the wasteland." Yi Hailon slashed a huge crack in the grass beneath his feet and said, "What does it have to do with me? As of now, the Xie clan has yet to arrive. While I am away, you will be in charge of the overall situation. I have already set up a great formation here. Furthermore, I have also set up a spirit formation around the sacred mountain. At that time, even if the people from the Xie clan come, all of you will be able to escape unscathed. There's also the Void Throne. The 9th level of the Divine Mountain is a land of death for anyone. They can't even cultivate there. But for you, this is an unprecedented opportunity. With this item, you can enter it and cultivate as you please. Remember, don't go to other places of the Sacred Mountain. You don't know how to set up formations. It's extremely easy for you to be in danger. Also, for the people from the various ancient clans who want to rely on me, Just follow the rules that I left behind. Choose those with good potential to stay in the clan. You don't have to care about their cultivation level. However, you must swear on your bloodline and plant the restriction that I left behind. Long Chen's repeated instructions caused Yi Hailon to be in a daze. This guy, did he really think that she was his wife? However, looking at Long Chen's eloquent words and even words of concern, she couldn't refute him for a moment. She just nodded her head subconsciously. Are you done? Seeing that the sky was about to brighten, Yi Hailon finally couldn't help but ask, Are you done? Long Chen was suddenly stunned. Shortly after, he smiled bitterly and shook his head. In the end, he looked up to the sky and laughed. In his previous life, Yi Hailon died of depression. It became his life's regret and made him feel guilty for the rest of his life. Now that Yi Hailon was in front of him, he was still thinking and worried about him before he left. For hundreds of years, he didn't know where his feelings came from. Long Chen didn't seem to be the ruler of the 10 regions in his previous life. He seemed to be a young man who was worried about his lover. Long Chen took a deep breath and shook his head fiercely. He turned around and soared into the sky, about to leave. Why do you want to go to the waste region? Just as he was about to leave, Yi Hailon's cold voice suddenly sounded. One question, 8 words. He didn't seem to be willing to say a word more. He didn't want to ask a word more. Long Chen didn't even turn his head. He said, I'm looking for someone. Who? Someone just like you. Yi Zichen muttered. As soon as he finished speaking, Long Chen disappeared into the horizon. He didn't know how to say anything more to Yi Hailon. He didn't want to say anything more. Qing Xian had been with him since he was young. This relationship had long been ingrained in his bones. After Long Chen left, Jian Shisan suddenly turned into a light rainbow and followed closely behind. Only Yi Hailon stood in the same place in a daze. He murmured, Someone like me? Rumble. A sword ray shot out from the long sword in her hand. A mountain 100 meters away was cut in half. She didn't know why she felt like this. She only felt that she had to vent her anger. Long Chen and Jian Shisan passed through several ancient clans and used the teleportation formation. However, it still took more than 10 days to reach the waste region. Not only was it impossible to set up a teleportation formation in this area, but it was also impossible to tear the space apart. This was the special feature of the waste region. Jian Shisan followed behind Long Chen. They didn't talk along the way. Seeing that they were about to enter the waste region, Long Chen couldn't help but ask, If I like 2 women at the same time, what should I do? Long Chen regretted it as soon as he said this. He felt that when it came to feelings, his experience in his previous life was completely useless. However, when he heard Jian Shisan's answer, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I've never thought about this. I've never had feelings for a woman in my life. As long as you have a sword in your arms. After a pause, Jian Shisan continued, However, I don't think it's a bad idea. A real man should have 3 wives and 4 concubines. Masters like this. Even if you have 100 more women, it's fine. Long Chen kicked Jian Shisan 1,000 meters away. He crashed into a mountain below and collapsed it. Wait until you meet a woman. Long Chen learned a truth today. Don't talk about feelings with a man who has a sword in his arms. Don't talk about women with a man who has never liked a woman. The 2 of them traveled for more than 10 days. The 2 men were really bored. They could only kill monsters along the way. However, when Jian Shisan killed a monster at the human king level with a sword, he frowned deeply. Master, this is already the 3rd monster that has lost all blood and energy. Even its crystal core has been taken out. A human king monster's body is like a stone. It can even move like a puppet. It's really strange. As soon as Jian Shisan finished speaking, Long Chen sped up. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he said, We might have met an old friend. Chapter 346. Seeing Marquis Feng Qing again, old friend? Jian Shisan was very puzzled, but Long Chen revealed a smile at the corner of his mouth. Both of them sped up. After passing 2 mountains, they saw divine light. Occasionally, huge rocks would turn into giant beasts and die. Jian Shisan saw this and said to Long Chun, "Master, this is the first time I've seen such a divine sense. This place was basically in the waste region, and the space was chaotic. Not to mention flying in the air and tearing the space. Even divine sense could not spread out more than 100 meters. However, Long Chun was not affected at all. All right, I've never seen you speak like this before. Go and save your brother," Long Chun said calmly. Although the space was chaotic, it was not enough to disturb his dominant level divine sense. And the old friend he saw was none other than Marquis Fengqing. Between the mountains, divine light flashed. Blood-robed human king experts charged forward, and their target was a group of black-robed men. These people had strange appearances and were extremely ugly. However, there was one person in the middle of the black-robed men who was being protected. This person was Marquis Fengqing. Sword 13 was instantly enraged when he saw this. His body was filled with killing intent, and the long sword in his hand rushed forward, blood-splattered. Two blood-robed human kings were instantly killed by Jian Shisan. The Xie family's human king's expression changed. A fourth-level human king could not even take a single blow. Who dares to make an enemy out of the Xie family? You must be tired of living. The leader, a late-stage human king, shouted coldly. "Ha!" Long Chun strode forward, looking at the dozens of people in blood-red robes and blood-red hair. He felt that karma was really mysterious. He had waited in the north region for more than a month, but the Xie family did not come. Now that he had just arrived in the waste region, he encountered the Xie family. When Marquis Fengqing saw Long Chun and Jian Shisan, he was stunned. At first, he was overjoyed, but then he frowned slightly. When a mountain Kuei race saw Jian Shisan and Long Chun, their leader immediately shouted, "Both of you, please retreat quickly. This is a feud between our race and the Xie clan. We cannot implicate you." Fengqing Ho shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Since they're here, they won't leave. This man is my brother." Although Marquis Fengqing did not wish for Long Chun to be involved with Jian Shisan, he knew that Jian Shisan would not turn a blind eye to it, much less leave. Long Chun stepped forward and said, "Kill them all. Kill them all." As soon as the three words came out, everyone from the Mountain Kuei tribe and the king of the Xue family were stunned. The leader of the Xie clan laughed coldly and said in a stern voice, "Two human kings dare to speak such arrogant words again. Today I will chop off your arms and legs first. If you take the Mountain Kuei clan as well, I will destroy your entire clan." Marquis Fengqing's expression changed drastically. He quickly shouted, "Save them." The members of the Mountain Kuei tribe listened to Marquis Fengqing's order and rushed out. However, Long Chun said calmly, 13, I will kill this late-stage human king for you first. As for the others, let me see how much your swordsmanship has improved over the past month." As soon as he finished speaking, countless earth spikes pierced through the sky from the mountain. Countless vines shot out from all directions like swords and sabers. Bang, bang, bang. The leader of the Xue family was a level 7 human king, but his body was instantly crushed into powder. Hiss! The surrounding people sucked in a breath of cold air, and the weapons in their hands trembled. At the same time, Jian Shisan rushed into the crowd and slashed out with a broken sword in his hand. One after another, human kings died instantly under his sword. Who are these two people? Both of them have the power to kill human kings. Young Master Feng, didn't you come from the north of the North region? Are they really your brothers? Who is that young man? That person used so many rules of order and killed a late-stage human king instantly. How terrifying! The members of the Mountain Kuei tribe stared at Long Chun and were speechless. The members of the Xue family were scared out of their wits. None of them were a match for Jian Shisan's 10 swords. In just a few hundred breaths, many human kings were only left with their godly souls. There were only a few divine souls, and all of them had terrified expressions. Who are you? How can you be so powerful and dare to go against the Xue family? The godly souls shouted. Shatter. Unfortunately, A scene that sent chills down everyone's spine appeared. Long Chun sneered and grabbed the air with his right hand. The godly souls instantly turned into wisps of green smoke. Jian Shursan walked slowly to Long Chun and said in a deep voice, "Master, is there anything wrong with my swordsmanship?" Purplish gold sky, shaking sword technique. Fiery wind cloud, breaking sword technique. However, you use the rules of order of sword to perfect the combination of hardness and gentleness, one type of rules of order of sword, but you can use all the sword techniques in the world. You have also upgraded the God-level sword technique to the Saint level. What else can I teach you? Long Chun smiled faintly and walked toward Marquis Fengqing. Marquis Fengqing and the members of the Mountain Kuei tribe were speechless. Seeing Long Chun walking toward them, the human kings of the Mountain Kuei tribe quickly bowed. They were no match for Long Chun. Marquis Fengqing shook his head and smiled bitterly. He never thought that he would see the two of them again so soon. Long Chun patted Marquis Fengqing's shoulder and said, "Let's go. The three of us haven't drunk wine for a long time." The three of them walked toward the top of the mountain as the cold wind blew. The members of the Mountain Kuei tribe stood below without saying a word. They only dared to wait. After drinking a few jars, Marquis Fengqing said, "I was very lucky to enter the North region and wander around the various clans. However, I met the Mountain Kuei tribe outside the Soul Green Vine tribe and came directly to the Waste region. The members of the Mountain Kuei tribe are honest people. They saved me from the fire and water. Unfortunately, they were not strong enough. The three human sovereigns were all killed. With my strength, I could only try my best to save this last group of people." Marquis Fengqing had already condensed his Taoist body. His broken right arm had also recovered. After he finished speaking, he drank a few more cups. Long Chun finally knew why the Shui clan did not go to the North region. It was because of the Mountain Kuei tribe. Long Chun and Jian Shursan looked at each other and shook their heads. Jian Shursan could not help but snort coldly and said, "Now that you and I are reunited, our enemy is the same clan." The three Taoists of the Shui clan died in the North region. The members of the Mountain Kuei tribe stood at the bottom of the mountain. Their bodies trembled. Their eyes were filled with shock and beads of sweat could be seen on their foreheads. They never thought that the young man they met today would kill the three Taoists of the Shui clan. As a three-star ancient clan, how could the Mountain Kuei tribe not know the importance of a Taoist to an ancient clan? On the top of the mountain, the three of them talked for a long time. Marquis Fengqing asked, "Brother Long Chun, I wonder why you came to the Waste region today. You killed the three Taoists of the Shui clan. I'm afraid that there's no place for you in the North region or the Waste region." Long Chun shook his head and said, "I came to the Waste region because of the Join ancient people." After a pause, he revealed a look of anticipation and said, "There are also three people who have been waiting for me here for a long time." Chapter 347. Join ancient people. All the human sovereigns of the Mountain Kuei clan were dead, and less than a tenth of the clan members survived. If it weren't for Marquis Fengqing's quick thinking and meticulous thinking, his clan would have been obliterated. After drinking, Jian Shursan said to Marquis Fengqing, "Big brother, even if you and your clan go to the North region, you will still die. Why don't you follow Master with me?" Jian Shursan's words stunned Marquis Fengqing. He shook his head and said, "The Shui clan now has 4 human sovereigns. 3 of them have reached the mid-stage of the human sovereign realm. His strength is already outstanding among the 3-star ancient clans. Not only that, but he is also on good terms with several 2-star Taoists of the Haoyu clan. These Taoists are rare prodigies of the 2-star ancient clans. Each of them is at the mid-stage of the human sovereign realm before the age of 30. Marquis Fengqing's voice became lower and lower as he spoke. In his eyes, both Long Chun and the Mountain Kuei clan's lives were hanging by a thread. Long Chun smiled and remained silent from the beginning until the end. Sword 13 grunted coldly instead and said, "In this way, all of you should follow my master even more. Big brother, you may not know this, but since you left, Master has led the 5 major sects to establish a foothold in the north region of the ancient desolate region. Inside the Divine Mountain, he killed dozens of human sovereigns of the Divine Wolf clan with his power of the Unification Path. Outside the Divine Mountain, he killed nearly 1,000 human sovereigns of the Divine Wolf clan and defeated 3 Taoists. In a flash, he entered the human sovereign realm, defeated a half-step human sovereign realm, and conquered the Soul Green Vine clan. The North region is now under the rule of the Tsangi clan. Jian Shisan's words were like thunder. Marquis Feng Qing, who had been calm all this while, was aghast. At the foot of the mountain, the leader of the Mountain Kuei clan exclaimed, "Sir, are you telling the truth?" Jian Shisan's words were like a fantasy story. However, if he was telling the truth, Long Chun would be their last straw of hope. With such an awe-inspiring appearance, he was not inferior to the Taoists of the ancient race. Marquis Feng Qing looked down at the Mountain Kuei clan, who were already exhausted from running for their lives, and suddenly walked up to Long Chun. Then he bowed deeply and asked in a deep voice, 13 and I are as close as brothers. I have never doubted his words. But today I want to ask you, can you save the Mountain Kuei clan and fight against the Shui clan?" Long Chun raised his hand, and an invisible force lifted Marquis Feng Qing up. Then he said, "If I only rely on the forces of the northern region, I only need 1 year to destroy the Shui clan. However, it is only to protect their lives. As long as they return to the northern region, even if the Shui clan Ren Huang comes in person, he will not be able to break the matrix." The members of the Mountain Kuei clan were shocked. How could the North region annihilate a 3-star ancient clan within a year? This person's combat power is monstrous, but can we believe his words? There are 3 human sovereigns in the Shui family. Do we have any other choice now? We have been hunted down every day for the past few months. Our entire clan has been slaughtered by the Shui clan. Women and children are not spared. Marquis Feng Qing, if it were not for you, we would have died long ago. Today, we will listen to you. Marquis Feng Qing stared at Long Chun for a while. Then, he bowed to Long Chun without hesitation. Even though he had thousands of ideas, he was already in a desperate situation. Months of running for his life had exhausted him both physically and mentally. The combat power that Jian Shisan had just displayed was enough to prove Long Chun's ability. Long Chun looked at Marquis Feng Qing and said, "Don't worry. As long as the Shui clan does not send their human sovereign, you have nothing to fear." Marquis Feng Qing nodded slightly and said in a deep voice, "Since you want to go to the Juin ancient people, we can go with you." The Mountain Kuei clan and the 9 giant corpse tribe have been good friends for generations. Moreover, as long as we step into the territory of the Juin ancient people, the Shui clan will not send their human sovereign for us and arouse the suspicion of the Juin ancient people. The few of them chatted for a while. Then, they turned around and walked towards the territory of the Juin ancient people. The clan leader of the Shui clan looked at the pieces of broken jade tablets. He was furious. The Mountain Kuei clan was already on the verge of extinction. However, they were still alive even after a few months. 3 days later, the second group of Shui clan human kings set off from the clan to hunt down the Mountain Kuei clan. Today, Long Chun and the others were heading towards the territory of the Juin ancient people day and night. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days had passed. During this time, the second group of Shui clan human kings had caught up with Long Chun and the others. However, dozens of human kings were still killed. Now, the Juin ancient people were right in front of them. The Juin ancient people were considered to be in the upper echelons of the 3-star ancient clans. On top of the 9 continuous mountains, black palaces were surrounded by divine light. The leader of the Mountain Kuei clan suddenly realized something. He said, "The Juin ancient people are going to hold an engagement ceremony for the 18-year-old in their clan. Are you here to congratulate them?" Long Chun smiled faintly. He said, "It's the opposite. I was supposed to come here when I was in the middle or later stages of the human king stage. However, I have no choice but to come here now. As Long Chen spoke, he walked straight to the gate of the Juin ancient people. Jian San quickly walked forward and knocked on the gate. Bang, bang, bang. After a series of knocks, the gate opened. Two young men dressed in black appeared. The two of them looked respectful. They cupped their fists and asked, "Do you have an invitation? Which clan are you from? Are you here to send gifts?" Jian San replied, "You are too polite. We are not from a clan here. We are from the North region. We are here to meet an old friend." As soon as Jian San finished speaking, the two young men's expressions changed. One of them sneered and said, "North region? Get out of the way. Our clan doesn't accept outsiders. You must have an invitation before you can enter. Get out of the way. Don't ruin our clan's business. Otherwise, you will have to bear the consequences today." Seeing this, Jian San's expression suddenly darkened. Long Chen remained calm and collected, as if waiting for something. On the other side, the leader of the Mountain Kuei clan hurriedly walked forward and said, "I am a remnant of the Mountain Kuei clan. My clan has been on good terms with the 9 giant corpse tribe for generations. Please let us in this time." As soon as the Mountain Kuei clan member finished speaking, the two gatekeepers were stunned at first. Then they burst into laughter. Chapter 348. A private conversation. Since the Mountain Kuei clan was here, they could just chase them away. The leader of the Mountain Kuei clan immediately turned red and shouted angrily, "You! How dare the 9 giant corpse tribe be so ungrateful?" The Mountain Kuei clan and the 9 giant corpse tribe have been on good terms for generations. When the 9 giant corpse tribe was in trouble, the Mountain Kuei clan's human sovereign realm experts had helped them several times. When Marquis Feng Qing saw this, anger flashed across his face. He said in a low voice, "When the Mountain Kuei clan was annihilated, the human sovereigns of the Juin ancient people were not in the Waste region. I'm afraid this was premeditated. It seems that the Juin ancient people sold the Mountain Kuei clan to their new ally." The two gatekeepers sneered. They did not care about what the crowd said at all. Instead, they sneered and said, "So what? Our clan has already signed an alliance with the Xie clan. You should get out of here. Our clan will not take you down and hand you over to the Xie clan today. Get out of here as far as you can." At this moment, Long Chen walked up to the two of them slowly. He stared at them and said, "Is your clan's young mistress getting engaged in a few days?" When the two of them saw Long Chen walk out from behind them, they became even more impatient. One of them even punched at Long Chen with a black glow on his fist. Jian San was about to attack with his broken sword. Unfortunately, Long Chen was faster. Bang! The young gatekeeper who attacked was sent flying like a cannonball. He crashed into the mountain gate. Half of the flesh on his body had been crushed. You're a human sovereign realm expert." The other person cried out. The two of them did not expect this guy who was younger than them to be a human sovereign realm expert. He was a human sovereign realm expert. The young man whose body was almost crushed was slowly recovering. He had condensed his Dao body. Long Chen said coldly, "I won't ask you a second time. Is your young mistress getting engaged in a few days?" The man whose body had just been crushed was furious. He roared, "So what if you were a human sovereign realm expert? This is the Juin ancient people. How dare you attack me?" Boom! Just as he finished speaking, streaks of water sword precepts condensed out of thin air and instantly blasted this person into pieces. His spirit also turned into green smoke the moment it appeared. "Can you answer my question now?" Long Chen stared at the remaining gatekeeper and asked calmly. This person's face was already as pale as a sheet of paper. With a plop, he knelt on the ground and hurriedly replied, Yes, our clan's eldest miss will also be engaged during this engagement ceremony." Long Chen nodded slightly and walked slowly towards the mountain gate. Behind him, Marquis Feng Qing and the members of the Mountain Kuei clan were pale with fright. This is the Juin ancient people. Long Chen actually killed one of the gatekeepers. Let's hurry up and leave. This is no longer a place where we can stay. Feng Qing hurriedly said. The Join ancient people were more powerful than the Xie clan. Now that they knew that the Join ancient people had formed an alliance with the Xie clan, they could not stay here any longer. However, Long Chun shook his head slightly and said, "Just follow me into the clan. Don't worry." After hearing Long Chen's words, Jian Shisan did not have any doubts and followed closely behind. Marquis Fengxing and the members of the Mountain Kuei clan hesitated for a moment before they gritted their teeth and walked into the Join ancient people. If they turned back and met the Xie clan again, they would still die. Only by following Long Chun could they live for a few more days. The few of them had just entered the Join ancient people. The remaining gatekeeper hurriedly took out a voice transmission talisman and sent out an order, as expected. Long Chun and the rest had not advanced more than 100 meters when people in black armor appeared one after another and surrounded them. "Who dares to barge into the Join ancient people? Yo, aren't these the members of the Mountain Kuei clan? Why are there only so few of you left?" Ha! Among the armored soldiers, two middle-aged men who were leading the group could not stop laughing. The gatekeeper quickly caught up and shouted, "This is the young man in the lead. He killed the gatekeeper who was with me. He even asked about the young mistress of our clan. I think he's up to no good." The members of the Mountain Kuei clan were livid. Upon hearing this, Long Chun said calmly, "Inform the young mistress of your clan that Long Chun wishes to see her." Long Chun? As soon as he finished speaking, the armored soldiers began to discuss among themselves. The two leaders' faces instantly darkened. One of them said coldly, "Your name is Long Chun. Are you from the barren land of the northern region? Are you the man that our young mistress has been talking about? A guy from a northern region? Are you delusional enough to think that you can marry into the Join ancient people? Dream on." Young Master Zhuyin Zhong was preparing to send people to the northern region to exterminate your clan after the engagement. "Now, you've delivered yourself to us." The crowd's mocking voices rose and fell. Ever since the Join ancient people's engagement was approaching, Qing Xian had come and gone countless times. The clan leader and many elders had even quarreled countless times, and a name had spread throughout the Join ancient people. That name was Long Chun. Because of this, Zhu Yinzhong, the clan leader's adopted son, was so angry that he had been struck by lightning. He had lost all face in front of many Taoists. At this moment, Qing Xian had already been placed under house arrest. "Men, cripple this person's cultivation first. Chop off his legs and send him to young Master Yinzhong," he shouted loudly. Black-clothed armored soldiers immediately rushed out. Every one of them had the strength of a human king. Rumble. Their swords were like rainbows. Before the Mountain Kuei clan could make a move, several human kings of the Join ancient people had died instantly. The surrounding people's expressions changed, and they stopped in their tracks. These two young men have the strength of a human king. It's not just a human king. Even a mid-stage human king is no match for them. These two have the strength of a Taoist. Quickly inform the Hall of Elders and the other Taoists. For a moment, no one dared to step forward. Wait. At this moment, someone shouted loudly. A Join ancient people elder strode over. Long Chun smiled playfully when he saw this person. He said indifferently, "I thought you wouldn't come." This ancient clan elder was the person who Long Chun had planted a restriction on the third level of the Divine Mountain, the ninth mountain. The moment this person saw Long Chun, his expression changed. Then he shook his head and smiled wryly. He said in a low voice, "You shouldn't have come here." At the same time, the human kings of the Join ancient people looked at each other. The black-clothed armored soldier stepped forward and said, "Fourth elder, this person dares to barge into the Join ancient people. Please take him down." The old man waved his hand and smiled wryly. "This person is an old friend of mine. All of you stand down." Then he said coldly, "Young Master Yinzhong is not in the clan, and neither are the first elder and second elder. Everything is decided by me. This matter is over." Chapter 349. The disaster of Moon's seed under the guidance of the old man, Long Chun and the others went deep into the mountains of the Jiuyin ancient people. At this moment, the Jiuyin ancient people were discussing fervently. No one would have thought that a brat from the barren lands of the northern region that Qing Xin spoke of would actually come to the Jiuyin ancient people. Moreover, his strength was comparable to that of a Taoist. In the muddy waters of the Jiuyin ancient people, there were quite a few ripples. The Jiuyin ancient people traversed the 9 great mountain ranges, crisscrossing each other. The 4th elder led Long Chun and the others into the depths of the mountain range and said in a deep voice, "Didn't I tell you not to come to the Jiuyin ancient people? Why didn't you listen?" When Long Chun heard this, he replied, "I also said that I will definitely come to the Jiuyin ancient people." The man took a deep look at Long Chun and heaved a long sigh after a long while. Then he turned his gaze to the mountain Kuei clan behind Long Chun and bowed deeply. "My clan has been on good terms with the mountain Kuei clan for generations, but everything changed 3 months ago. My clan has wronged you. The Jiuyin ancient people of today are no longer the Jiuyin ancient people of the past." The leader of the mountain Kuei race was startled, as if he had thought of something. Marquis Feng Qing frowned and said coldly, 3 months ago, wasn't that the day the Bright Moon clan and a few 2-star ancient clan Taoists came to your clan? Could it be because of those Taoists?" The elder of the Jiuyin ancient people clenched his fists and said, 3 months ago, the heaven-defying son of the Hao Yu clan came. His cultivation had reached the late stage of the human king realm, and his strength was enough to crush those at the early stage of the human sovereign realm. Hiss! Both the mountain Kuei clan and Marquis Feng Qing sucked in a breath of cold air. A Taoist was actually able to crush a Renwan. Was this the terror of a 1-star ancient race Tao disciple? Seeing the reaction of the crowd, the elder took a deep breath and continued. Not only that, but the few 2-star ancient clan Taoists that the Hao Yu clan Taoists brought along are all in the middle stage of the human king realm. They can also fight against human sovereigns. But if that's the case, then so be it. This person also heavily injured our clan leader and used the moon planting technique on a few of our Jiuyin ancient people. The old man explained. The more they listened, the uglier their expressions became. Long Chun frowned. It turned out that the heaven-defying Daozi of the Hao Yu clan had actually destroyed nearly half of the physical body of the patriarch of the Jiuyin ancient people. Furthermore, he had planted moon seeds in the bodies of several Taoists in the clan. According to this person's guess, it was highly likely that the ancient Shui clan had directly accepted the moon planting technique. The moon planting technique was to inscribe a seed of origin in the center of another person's dantian and soul. Once this seed was planted, one would be able to control that person. This kind of control was far different from the restriction that Long Chun had left in the old man's body. Once the moon planting technique was planted, it was equivalent to becoming a clone of this person. Not only would it completely devour the person's cultivation, but it would also absorb the person's blood essence and vitality. This kind of technique was a secret technique unique to the Hao Yu clan. Coupled with the Hao Yu bloodline, it was almost impossible to break. In other words, the ancient Shui clan and the Jiuyin ancient people's Taoists were all backed by the shadow of the ancient Shui clan's Daozi. It could even be said that this person could take any nourishment he wanted. After knowing the power of this technique, Long Chun slowly said, "This Daozi of the Hao Yu clan only wants to use this moon planting technique to break through to the human sovereign realm when he steps into the 9th stage of the human sovereign realm. At that time, regardless of whether it's your clan or the Shui clan, the Daozi will all become nourishment. Anyone in his clan who is related to him will have no way to survive." Long Chun frowned slightly, but he was not surprised. The old man's words reminded him of the name of this heaven-defying Daozi of the Hao Yu clan, Han Luo. In his previous life, this person was ranked 10th among the 10 heaven-defying Daozi of the 4 major 1-star clans. Even so, he was considered a leading figure of the younger generation in the Waste region. Moreover, it was because of this moon planting technique that this person had leaped from a human sovereign realm to the human sovereign realm in his previous life. From then on, he had become one of the top 3 Taoists in the Waste region. However, this person's ending was also tragic. This person used the moon planting technique without restraint and finally angered the 3-headed Golden Lion clan. The Golden Lion clan's Daozi chased after him for 100 days and was cut by 3,600 swords. At this thought, Long Chen's eyes suddenly focused, and he said coldly, "Did he plant the moon planting technique on Qing Xian?" The old man nodded helplessly. Although Miss Qing Xian was planted with the moon planting technique, the power of her bloodline is extremely pure. It's a rare occurrence in 1,000 years. The moon planting technique probably won't be able to do anything to her in a short time. Long Chen's murderous intent spread out as if it was real. Whether it was Marquis Feng Qing, the Mountain Kuei clan behind him, or even Jian Shisan, they could not help but turn pale. Jian Shisan had never seen Long Chen's emotions change so drastically. In the past, Long Chen was indifferent even when facing many experts. However, it was rare for his aura to be so unstable. However, in just a moment, Long Chen's aura returned to normal. Let's go. What we know today is enough. Long Chen turned around and walked away from the Jiuyin ancient people. The Jiuyin ancient people's elder nodded slightly and said in a low voice, "These Taoists are not someone you can fight against. Leave and return to the North region. Perhaps in a few years, when you have the strength, you can come back for revenge." Long Chen stopped his tracks and said coldly, "When is Qing Xian's wedding?" 1 month later. "Do you still want to take Miss Qing Xian away? Do you know what you're going to face?" Although the elder answered, his brows were tightly knitted. Long Chen turned around and left. He did not stop at all. When the Jiuyin ancient people saw Long Chen leave, they were both frightened and sneered. "This guy wants to fight with young Master Yin Zhong from Miss Qing Xian. What a joke. He's just a country bumpkin from the North region. Does he really think he can walk around the Waste region just because he has some strength? Hurry up and get lost. Miss Qing Xian's engagement is in 3 days. Remember to come and watch. Ha!" Long Chen led the crowd away from the Jiuyin ancient people amidst the mocking laughter of the crowd. However, when they were 10,000 meters away from the foot of the mountain, they stopped. Marquis Feng Qing frowned and said, "If the Haoyu clan is involved in this matter, we can't deal with them. We can't make them our enemy. The Haoyu clan is one of the 4 one-star ancient clans. Several of their Taoists are among the top 10 heaven-defying Taoists in the Waste region." Marquis Feng Qing's voice became lower and lower. How could Long Chen not know what he meant? However, Long Chen did not say a word. Even his expression did not change. After a long while, Long Chen said, "Marquis Feng Qing, bring the Mountain Kuei clan back to the North region. If things go well, I'll be back soon. And I'll bring you all to the Waste region." Marquis Feng Qing was stunned. The leader of the Mountain Kuei clan shook his head and laughed. "You want to lead the people of the North region to the Waste region? Young man, although your combat strength is monstrous and your potential is limitless, as the Jiuyin ancient people said, you need time." Chapter 350. The Art of Finding. It was a pity that Long Chen had no intention of explaining and turned a deaf ear to their words. Before Marquis Feng Qing left, he frowned and asked, "Do you really want to make the Bright Moon ancient clan your enemy?" Long Chen nodded and said, "Once you return to the northern region, as long as you stay within the formation, even the mortal emperor can't do anything to you." After Long Chen finished speaking, he left with Jian Shisan. Feng Qing Ho and the Mountain Kuei tribe did not hesitate at all. They were afraid that the Shui and ancient clans would come after them again. "Young Master Feng, if your brother becomes an enemy of the Bright Moon ancient clan's Taoist, I'm afraid he won't live long." The Mountain Kuei clan member sighed. In his eyes, Long Chen was a heaven-defying son of the Great Path in terms of talent and battle prowess. Unfortunately, he was too conceited and didn't know how to size up the situation. Feng Qing Ho looked at the direction Long Chen left. He knew that Long Chen's words were not baseless. But could he really do it? On the other side, Jian Shisan asked Long Chun, "Master, what should we do now? Now that the Ran Huang of joined ancient people has not appeared, why don't we just kidnap the person you're looking for?" Long Chun shook his head and said in a deep voice, "With our current strength, it's impossible to kidnap someone from a 3-star ancient clan. Besides, Qing Xian also has the moon seed in her body. I have to find a way to get rid of it. Only then can I take her away after a month, and I won't be restricted." Jian Shisan nodded slightly. Long Chun continued, "If you want to get rid of the moon seed, you need 3 things." Although Long Chun had never come into contact with a moon seed technique, he had personally seen a sovereign realm expert cultivate the Dao Heart Seed Devil in the Heaven Domain. Both of them had the same effect. It was just that the items they needed were difficult to find in the ancient desolate lands. Moonlight dew, heart-rending grass, soul-breaking incense. Long Chun muttered to himself. Long Chun's perception of the 3 divine beast battle souls in the ancient desolation grew stronger. It was obvious that the 3 of them had also sensed that he had arrived in the ancient desolation. However, he knew that no matter how strong the 3 of them were, he had to find a way to get rid of the moon seed. Otherwise, he would be under their control. Furthermore, he would never allow Qing Xian to be held back by others all the time. Moonlight dew, heart-rending grass, soul-severing incense. Although these 3 items were expensive in the 10 Directions Heaven Domain, they weren't impossible to obtain. However, how was he supposed to find them in the ancient desolate land? Jian Shisan could also see Long Chen's helplessness and frustration, but he just followed behind him. Their speed was neither fast nor slow. Several hours after leaving the Juin ancient people, they passed by a city. This city was called Ninyang City. Jian Shisan snorted coldly and said, "This city is really good at naming things." Under the Juin ancient people, the city was named Yang. Long Chun shook his head and explained, "This city isn't far from the Juin ancient people, but it's located at the junction of various mountain ranges. This city should have been built by the people of the 9 giant corpse tribe. The people in front, don't block the way." Just as the 2 of them were talking, a burly man on the Slayer list galloped over and shouted. As he spoke, he lashed the long whip in his hand at Jian Shisan and Long Chen's backs. Bursts of dazzling spirit light flashed. This man was actually at the peak of the Dao integration stage. Even if this whip landed on a Dao integration stage cultivator, it would most likely be lacerated and severely injured. Seeing this scene, Jian Shisan's entire face turned cold. He suddenly attacked with a broken sword in his hand and shouted, "Do you want to die?" He deflected the whip shadow behind Long Chun with his sword. Then he waved his left hand in the air, and a sword ray swept across the sky. The steed the burly man was sitting on instantly turned into a pile of flesh and blood. Whoosh whoosh, outside the city gate behind a few people. Many flatterers instantly screamed and shouted. They were so frightened that they didn't dare to step forward. Long Chun turned his head and glanced indifferently at the burly man who was sitting on the ground with Jian Shisan's broken sword at his neck. "Your Excellency, you seem to be in a hurry. May I know what's the matter?" Long Chun asked the burly man. Hearing this, the burly man's entire body trembled. He felt cold sweat all over his body, and his spirit felt like it was about to collapse. As he shivered, the burly man didn't dare to look straight into Long Chen's eyes. He quickly put his hands on the ground and put his forehead on the ground. Then he said in a trembling voice, "The Pill Assembly is being held in the city. I was anxious and wanted to take a look. I'm sorry for disturbing you, Your Excellency." Pill Assembly? Hearing this, Long Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. He seemed to have thought of something, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He seemed to be very happy. He waved his hand at Jian Shisan and said, "Step aside. Let everyone proceed quickly. Don't delay the Pill Assembly." Jian Shisan glared at the burly man. Looking at his clothes, he could tell that he was from the Juin ancient people. He already had a murderous intent in his heart. However, after Long Chen's voice fell, he could only give up. The burly man rolled and crawled and disappeared into the city. Seeing that Long Chun and Jian San had stepped aside, the people outside the city hurriedly rushed into the city again. "Master, have you thought how to get those 3 items?" Jian San asked. Long Chen shook his head and replied, "These 3 items are very difficult to obtain even in the entire ancient desolation land. If I rely on myself, it's impossible to complete them. However, if more people help me, things will be much simpler. After all, this is the waste region. As long as the major ancient clans help, the entire ancient desolation land will search for these items." Jian Shursen nodded slightly. However, he was puzzled and said, "The major ancient clans of the waste region are all arrogant people. How would they be willing to help us search for these items?" "Haha, they will. Long Chun suddenly laughed and strode into the city. As he walked, his appearance slowly changed. His tall and straight posture turned into a hunched elephant. His face also aged in an instant. Even his temperament was completely different from before. Jian San looked at Long Chun in a daze. He could not help but rub his eyes and said, "Master, what are you doing? Changing my appearance." Long Chun's voice was hoarse and old. After Long Chun finished speaking, he waved his hand and pointed at Jian San's body. Immediately after, Jian San's bones started to rumble and his skin and flesh started to vibrate. His appearance also started to change rapidly. Jian San was very puzzled. He was not surprised by such a method of disguise. Long Chun's holy techniques could be easily learned by beginners. This kind of small trick was not difficult for him. However, why did they change their appearance like this? "Let's go to the elixir assembly," Long Chun said. Jian San nodded. However, he was very puzzled. He did not know what Long Chun wanted to do. Although Long Chun was an emperor-level alchemist, emperor-level elixirs were not enough to tempt the people of various clans. How could he borrow the strength of various clans to search for those 3 materials? In the city, there were crisscrossing alleys. Finally, they all led to the central square. The elixir assembly was also being held at this moment. This kind of assembly was held in many cities of the Waste region every once in a while. The participants were from the Alchemist Guild and many independent alchemists. In fact, this assembly was a place for regional alchemists to display their skills. If they were chosen by various clans, they would be able to enter the clan and receive resources. Chapter 351. 9 bows in the entire ancient desolate land. There were countless king stage alchemists. Emperor stage alchemists were the mainstay. As for god stage alchemists, they were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Moreover, they were all based in the Alchemist Guild. Saint stage alchemists only existed in the 10 Directions celestial domain. There was not a single one in the entire ancient desolate land. Alchemists were a resource that all the ancient clans in the wasteland fought over. Every Emperor stage alchemist was enough for a 2-star ancient clan to recruit. This was also why the Alchemist Guild could be considered a first-class force in the wasteland. The Alchemist Guild's Alchemist Guild could be found in all the ancient clans. Their relationships were complicated. Alchemist combat power was generally weak. It was good enough for an Emperor stage alchemist to have the cultivation of a human king. However, many alchemists had taken root in various clans. Usually, a 6th grade Emperor stage alchemist would wave his arm and many human kings would come from afar. A god stage alchemist's words were enough to make all the ancient clans go crazy. However, in the entire wasteland, only the 4 1-star ancient clans could interact with a god stage alchemist from the Alchemist Guild. When Long Chun and Jian Shursen arrived, the square was already crowded. Pill cauldrons were everywhere. Flames rose in spirals above the square, and the air was slightly distorted. There was a pill cauldron every 10 meters above and below the square. There were another 10 meters in front, back, left, and right. Everything was in order. Many ancient clans walked through the square, sometimes looking and sometimes whispering to each other. Sword 13 had already changed into a new set of clothes, and his appearance was like a green, clothed attendant. Only his eyes were as sharp as swords. The stooped old man in front of him was Long Chun. 13. Find a place to place the cauldron, Long Chun said. You too, place the cauldron here. I don't need this place anymore. A pale-faced man in his 30s waved his hand and called out. As he spoke, he waved his right hand and put away the pill cauldrons in front of him. Long Chun and Jian Shursen nodded slightly and did not stand on ceremony. When this person saw that Long Chun had aged, he shook his head slightly and asked dejectedly, "May I know what level of alchemy senior is? I have returned to the various cities, but there has never been a single clan that has taken a liking to my alchemy skills." Cough, cough. This old man is old and can no longer refine pills. Long Chun coughed a few times. He looked at the person and said, "Young friend, it's just that your opportunity hasn't arrived yet. Why don't you try your luck today?" This person was undoubtedly a rogue cultivator, which was why it was so difficult for him to find a place to stay. Such an alchemist would usually refine a limited variety of pills. After all, alchemists who cultivated on their own would have very few resources in alchemy rooms. The young man let out a long sigh and turned around to leave. Jian Shursen took a step forward and stopped him, saying, "My master sees that you don't have bad intentions, so he wants you to listen from the side. Perhaps today will be your chance." The young man was stunned, and then he said, "You're much older than me, so why tease me?" The young man's face was livid, and he was already a little angry. Long Chen's wrinkled face showed a slight smile, and he said lightly, "Although I can't refine pills, the kindness of giving up my position today is worth a chance. You refine pills, and I'll give you a few pointers." Hearing this, the young man's livid face suddenly darkened. He swung his sleeves and said angrily, "You're so old that your hands don't have the strength to move the cauldron. You also said that you can't refine pills, so how can you give me a chance? Since it's like the pill assembly in the city, how much difference can there be between our alchemy skills? I'm kind enough to give up my position, but you want to make fun of me?" The young man turned around and was about to leave. When the people around heard this, they all stared at Long Chun and Jian Shursen. Who is this old man? Why haven't I seen him before? He's old, but his tone is not small. I see that there's no spiritual power around him. I'm afraid that he has no cultivation at all. He occupies this place and doesn't set up the cauldron, yet he speaks arrogantly. Is he a swindler? An old man and a young man came to this pill assembly only relying on their mouths? The people around sneered. Long Chun deliberately hid his cultivation, so the people around completely regarded him as an ordinary old man. The young man was once again stopped by Jian Shursen. Jian Shursen said, "You can't leave without my master's permission." The young man was furious and said in a deep voice, "I'm Kong San, a 5th grade King Stage alchemist. Today I'd like to see what kind of chance you two can give me." Long Chun slowly stood up with his stooped body. He really looked like an old man with the demeanor of an immortal. After a long silence, he said, "When you refine pills, the pill energy is weak, and your technique is clumsy. You must be fumbling. Although you've reached the 5th grade King Stage, your alchemy skills are extremely messy. I have a jade slip here which contains detailed explanations of alchemy skills, the application of techniques, the order of alchemy." As Long Chun spoke, he casually branded a jade slip and threw it to Jian Shursen. Jian Shursen handed it to the young man. The young man held the jade slip in his hand and was suddenly stunned. His expression sank into the jade slip. After a while, his eyes widened and he bowed to Long Chun repeatedly. In the end, he directly bowed and said, "Today I offended you. I was reckless." Long Chun waved his hand and said, "According to the instructions in this jade slip, you can become a 7th grade King Stage alchemist tomorrow, and the quality of your pills will rise to the upper middle level." The young man nodded repeatedly and left in a panic. The people around were very confused. A detailed explanation of pills and many techniques. Even if the symptoms were correct, it shouldn't be so bad, right? That Kong San is also ignorant. Even if these things are somewhat useful, how can they help him become a 7th grade King Stage alchemist? His attitude changed so much. Could it be because of this jade slip? I think these people can't be scammers, right? Who cares? They don't know how to refine pills and occupy the position of pill cauldron, but they want to rely on swindling to convince people. Ridiculous. Jin Shur-san saw that the people around him were booing, and many ancient clans were looking at them with disdain. He asked in a low voice, "Master, what do you mean by this?" Long Chun said indifferently, "When Kong-san comes back, we will know." The pill cauldron rumbled, and the pills were out of the cauldron. A strange fragrance quickly spread in the square. Many ancient clans and alchemists were judging each other. The sun rose and set. Even in the middle of the night, the lights were bright, and the fire in the cauldron was like a tide. On the morning of the second day, Kong-san arrived with large strides. He seemed to be in high spirits. When he arrived in front of Long Chun, he actually bowed 9 times in a row. Finally, he placed the cauldron down to refine the pills. The people around looked over when they saw this. Why did Kong-san come back today? Did he really have a breakthrough? Why did he bow 9 times just now? This is the bow an alchemist should bow to a god stage alchemist. That's enough. Don't tell me that a god stage alchemist would lower himself to participate in the pill assembly with us. I think his mind has been bewitched, or he forgot to bow 9 times out of gratitude. How many god stage alchemists are there in the entire Waste region? They are all in the hands of the Alchemist Guild. Why would they come here? Chapter 352. Doubt the next day, at the pill assembly. Long Chun was still sitting in the middle of the field, but he didn't take out his alchemy cauldron. Instead, it was Kong-san who attracted everyone's attention. Originally, he could only refine King-tier grade 5 medicinal pills, but now he could actually refine a King-tier grade 7 soul pill. Your Excellency Kong-san, are you willing to join my Zhou clan as a guest? Brother Kong-san, the Liu clan is willing to provide you with the materials needed for alchemy and treat you as a guest. Although there was only a difference of 2 grades between 7th grade and 5th grade King Step medicinal pill, the significance was completely different. Once the King tier grade 6 elixir was made, the difficulty of refining the elixir would increase by more than 1 level. It could be said that grade 6 was a watershed. Since Kong-san had concocted a 7th grade King level elixir, there were naturally many ancient clans who were willing to invite him into their clan. Many rogue cultivators in the surroundings looked envious. However, at this moment, Kong-san walked towards Long Chun with a look of reverence. Under everyone's watchful eyes, he bowed and said, "I was reckless yesterday. Thank you for your guidance, venerable alchemy." The corners of Long Chun's mouth curled into a smile, but his face remained expressionless as he said, "It's nothing. I came here today to seek some good karma." As the two of them were talking, everyone around them, be it the people from the various ancient clans or the alchemists, were stunned. A moment later, he cried out, "Senior alchemist? Could it be that Kong-san was really an actor? How could this person be a venerated pill? Divine level alchemist. Could this person really be a divine level alchemist? 2. We all recognize this Kong-san. Now that he has been accepted as a guest elder by the Ice Crystal Beast Zhou clan, he has risen by 2 ranks in a single day. Many of the alchemists who had more contact with Kong-san were discussing spiritedly. There was even someone who directly asked Kong-san, "This person only gave you a few words of advice. Even if he has some strength, how can you prove that he is a divine-level alchemist? Kong-san, don't tell me you don't know the meaning of the 2-word senior pill." This title can only be used on alchemists above the Emperor's stage. As the crowd shouted, the members of the various ancient clans also looked at Kong-san. If the old man in front of them was really a god-level alchemist, then their trip was really worth it. Kong-san shook his head and laughed. He said to the crowd in a low voice, "Since the alchemy venerate did not stop me, I will not allow him to be humiliated today. Just watch." The jade slip in his hand that Long Chun had imprinted yesterday had an imprint of the word venerable at the bottom right corner. The jade slip appeared for the first time. Thousands of people in the central plaza of Nanyang City sucked in a breath of cold air as they cried out in shock. How? How is this possible? Could this person really be a divine-level alchemist? Why would a god-level alchemist appear here? Are the two words alchemy venerables fake? To be able to raise Kong San's cultivation by 2 levels in a day, this person's Tao of alchemy is definitely not fake. The crowd had mixed opinions. Long Chun and Jian San both sat upright in the same place. No matter how noisy the crowd was, the two of them did not move. Not long after, a middle-aged man strode over. He sneered and said, "The word venerable is indeed on the jade slip, but whether or not it was left behind by a divine-level alchemist is unknown. I am Sun Li, a 9th-grade king-level alchemist. I am a guest of the Juin ancient people. I came here today to seek the help of an alchemist of the same level. Today, I would like to seek your advice." As he spoke, he waved his hand, and the pill cauldron landed in front of Long Chun and Jian San. Jian San shouted coldly, "The word venerable is something that your clan naturally has a human sovereign. One look at the divine pattern imprint, and you will know. My master does not care to waste his breath on you. I think the two of you are just trying to swindle people. Why would a human sovereign come for you?" Suddenly laughed coldly. "Pa." As he spoke, he casually clapped his hands twice. More than 10 black-armored human kings appeared in the surroundings. Each of them had the cultivation of a late-stage human king. In the blink of an eye, the soldiers of the Juin ancient people surrounded Long Chun and Jian San. Long Chun laughed coldly and said indifferently, "Since you don't believe me, then refine a cauldron of pills. Who knows, this old man might be able to give you some pointers." Sun Li said playfully, "If you want to see, then I will give you a chance." As he spoke, a flame appeared under his pill cauldron. This person had actually comprehended the laws of earth fire. The pill cauldron was completely red, and smoke slowly rose. Sun Li's hands moved like lightning, and spiritual herbs were thrown into the pill cauldron in a flash. His speed was so fast that it was almost impossible to see with the naked eye. The surrounding people were stunned, and many of the human kings were stunned. Even their divine senses could not clearly capture such a speed. How could they watch him refine pills? In just a few dozen breaths, the flame under Sun Li's pill cauldron disappeared without a trace. A mocking smile appeared on his face, and he said, "Since you are a venerable alchemist, then tell me what kind of spiritual herbs I used. If you can't answer, then the two of you will follow me to the 9 giant corpse tribe's dungeon today." As he spoke, many of the black-armored human kings' blades vaguely appeared. The surrounding people shook their heads slightly. Long Chun did not seem to have the slightest bit of cultivation. Moreover, with such speed, even an Emperor-stage alchemist would not be able to guess. So how could he tell? Kong San shouted coldly, "Sun Li, this venerable alchemist is old and can't refine pills at all. His cultivation is also no longer there. Although there are many inconveniences, it is enough to give us a few pointers." Why do you have to make things difficult for the old man? Because Kong San's alchemy cultivation had risen by 2 grades, he firmly believed that Long Chun was a venerable alchemist. However, at this moment, Long Chun waved his hand slightly and said, "It's fine, but do you really want me to tell you all the spiritual herbs you used?" Sun Li said in a low voice, still pretending to be mysterious in the face of danger. "Say it." The surrounding people crowded over, wanting to see what Long Chun would say. "Your Excellency used a total of 43 breaths to refine this pill. In total, you used 172 spiritual herbs," Long Chun said indifferently. Sun Li frowned slightly and snorted coldly. "I asked what kind of spiritual herbs you used. 172 spiritual herbs. You said all of them." The surrounding alchemists were stunned and looked deeply at Long Chun. In 43 breaths, 172 spiritual herbs were used. The speed was so fast that it did not stop. It was already very rare to be able to guess the number. These spiritual herbs looked almost the same, so how could they guess what kind of spiritual herbs they were? This kind of question was already somewhat difficult. However, Long Chun continued, "Realgar grass, green shade fragrance, blood, exhausted stone. As Long Chen's voice slowly fell, the names of the spiritual herbs were listed one by one. The surrounding people were shocked and looked at Sun Li one after another. Sun Li's face became gloomier and gloomier, and finally completely darkened. Long Chen's 172 spiritual herbs were not wrong at all. Men, this person is making wild guesses. He got all the spiritual herbs wrong. However, Sun Li said sternly, he's just a person who deceives people. Chop off his legs and bring him back to the clan. The surrounding alchemists and ancient clans all saw Sun Li's killing intent. Seeing that many human kings were about to attack Long Chen and Jian Shisan again, Long Chen continued, 172 spiritual herbs. With so many spiritual herbs, only 3 kinds of medicinal pills can be refined in a short time. And according to these spiritual herbs, I know why you're planting medicinal pills in your cauldron. However, you can refine a grade 9 returning pill as an 8th grade king rank alchemist. Chapter 353. An old illness. The moment Long Chen spoke, everyone's expressions changed as they cried out in surprise. Sun Li was only an 8th grade king stage alchemist, yet he could refine a 9th grade pill in such a short time. Moreover, he had used 173 spirit herbs. If what Long Chen said was true, then Sun Li could be called a genius. Sun Li's expression suddenly changed as he said coldly, "Don't listen to this person's nonsense. Tell me," and pull out his tongue. Kong Sin shouted, "If you want to know if what the old man said is true, just open the cauldron. You're a guest of the Join ancient people. It said that your pill was specially refined for a certain Taoist. If there's a problem with the pill," the black-armored human king frowned slightly. He was the human king of the Join ancient people, and his master was the Taoist mentioned by Kong San. If what Long Chen said was true, then this matter would be serious. "Open the cauldron," the middle-aged man in black armor said coldly. "If it's not a 9th grade returning pill, then the 2 of you should prepare to bleed here today." Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, a beam of spirit light shot out from his saber and blasted the cauldron open. He reached out and grasped the pill in his hand. It really is a returning pill. A 9th grade king stage returning pill. Could this old man be telling the truth? This pill can kill. Suddenly claims to be a 9th grade alchemist. What's wrong with refining a 9th grade pill? Why did this old man say he's an 8th grade pill? The surrounding people were confused, but the black-armored middle-aged man frowned. The pill in the cauldron was indeed a returning pill, just as Long Chen said. From this, it could be seen that Long Chen was right from the beginning, be it the number of spirit herbs or the name of the spirit herbs. This pill had always been given to the Join ancient people's 3rd Taoist. Sun Li's face was livid as he shouted, "I'm a 9th grade king stage alchemist. What's wrong with refining a 9th grade returning pill? Moreover, I've been with the Join ancient people for 2 years. Everyone knows that the 3rd Tao child of the Join ancient people refined pills. I think you've been prepared for this for a long time. You're trying to slander me." The black-armored middle-aged man frowned slightly, as if he felt that Sun Li's words made some sense. However, Long Chen continued, "It's easy to know if you're a 9th grade king stage alchemist. If I'm not wrong, other than this returning pill, you can't refine any other low-grade king stage alchemist." Thud thud. Sun Li's feet abruptly shuddered as he subconsciously took a few steps back, his face turning pale with shock. The black-armored middle-aged man immediately shouted coldly, "Is this person speaking the truth? Alchemist Sun Li, you better prove your innocence. Otherwise, today," Sun Li went silent for a short while, and then his face was ghastly pale as he roared, "I really only know how to refine a single type of medicinal pill. But even then, so what? How is it?" Long Chen sneered. "Refining a 9th grade king stage returning pill in a few dozen breaths' time. If you were a 9th grade king stage alchemist, it would be fine, but you're only an 8th grade king stage alchemist. My guess is right. Your pill cauldron is refined with black bloodstone." Thud. As soon as Long Chen finished speaking, Sun Li who was still insufferably arrogant just a moment ago, fell to the ground, paralyzed. The black armored soldier held a long saber in his hand, and with a swift movement, he bound Sun Li. The surrounding ancient clans and alchemists all looked at each other in dismay. Now that the whole story was clear, what exactly was this black bloodstone, and why would it cause the person who consumed the returning pill to lose his life? Everyone was discussing animatedly, but Long Chun had no intention of explaining. Not long after, an old man walked out from the crowd. This person walked to Long Chun, bowed slightly, and said indifferently, "Refining a pill cauldron with black bloodstone is forbidden by my alchemist guild. This person deserves death for his crime." There was a pill cauldron badge hanging on this person's chest. He was actually an emperor-level alchemist from the Alchemist Guild. Hearing this, the black armored soldiers of the Joian ancient people's faces turned gloomy. Sun Li even went limp on the ground. Whoosh. The middle-aged man in black armor raised his saber and chopped off Sun Li's head. Then, he took out a Dharma artifact to capture Sun Li's soul. The surrounding people were in an uproar. Sun Li was actually beheaded just like that. As a guest elder of the Joian ancient people, this person had always been unscrupulous in Nanyang City's pill assembly. Now, he had actually died an unnatural death. On the other hand, everyone was staring at Long Chun, a king grade 8 alchemist refining a grade 9 emperor-level pill within a few breaths. He had actually seen through everything so easily, no matter if it was the number of pills, the name of the pills, or Sun Li's alchemy cultivation. He had even listed out the items used to refine the pill cauldron. Could this person really be a pill venerable? A divine-level alchemist? Even if he can't refine pills and open a cauldron, he's still a top-notch existence. This person was able to see through so many things in just a few breaths. His understanding of alchemy has probably reached a shocking level. Everyone's faces were filled with fervor. If the old man in front of them was really a divine-level alchemist, then they might really have ushered in a great opportunity. However, just as the crowd was eager to seek Long Chen's guidance, Long Chen's voice suddenly rang out. The divine-level alchemist from the Alchemist Guild pressed his hand down slightly and stared at Long Chun. "I'm Ouyang Yun, a grade 1 divine-level alchemist. The black bloodstone has been banned for a long time. Very few people have heard of it, and it's extremely difficult to discover. However, even a grade 3 divine-level alchemist or above can see that there's something fishy about it. Senior being able to see through the black bloodstone is enough to prove that you were at least a grade 3 divine-level alchemist in the past. However, if you assume that you're a divine-level alchemist just because of this, I'm afraid that's not right." This person's words were filled with doubt, but every word was very respectful. It was as if he treated Long Chun as a senior. Several people from the Alchemist Guild also nodded. Compared to many rogue cultivators and ancient clans, their horizons and knowledge of the many prohibitions of alchemy were very clear. Divine-level alchemists were only found in the Alchemist Guild in the entire Waste Realm. If this person was really a divine-level alchemist, even if he couldn't refine pills, it was enough to cause a sensation. Long Chun coughed lightly and said, "I came here to seek an opportunity and find a person to inherit my mantle. Little friend, please tell me how you're going to prove it." Ouyang Yin was in awe. Seeing that Long Chun was so calm, he believed him a little. After a moment of silence, he said, "Senior, since you can't refine pills anymore, the Alchemist Guild has an extremely strict examination of divine-level alchemists. The Alchemy Venerable's mark is naturally one of them. However, the intent of condensing pill patterns inside can only be detected by a Runwang powerhouse. I'm not talented, but I was lucky enough to see a divine-level alchemist in the Alchemist Guild. I have an old illness that only a divine-level alchemist can see the solution to." Ouyang Yun's words were humble. The people around were also very convinced by the Alchemist Guild. They all looked at Long Chun. When Ouyang Yun mentioned this old illness, he couldn't help but sigh. Chapter 354. come back tomorrow an old illness that only a god-level alchemist could see? Long Chun frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, I am an alchemist, not a doctor. How can I see the illness? Yin shook his head and did not answer. He only tore a piece of clothing on his chest, revealing his broad chest. Hiss! The moment his chest was exposed, the surrounding people all sucked in a breath of cold air and subconsciously retreated dozens of steps. Even the black-armored human king of the Nine ancient race turned pale with fright and stood far away. Jian Shusan's pupils shrank, and he held the broken sword in his hand horizontally, staring at this person. Seeing the reactions of the surrounding people, Yin laughed bitterly. His eyes filled with bitterness. On his chest, there were many thumb-sized baby faces that looked like they were about to burst out of his body. His skin was constantly cracking, as if countless skulls were contained within. On top of that, there were countless black gas rippling all over his chest and extending downwards. If this person was not a human king, his body would not die and his vitality would be extremely strong. He would probably be completely devoured in the blink of an eye. Long Chun waved his hand slightly, indicating for Jian Shusan to leave. Yin smiled bitterly. I have this old illness since I was 40 years old. Apart from the Alchemist Guild's god-level alchemist, who can see the symptoms and find a solution, no one else can see it. The surrounding people saw that he changed his clothes and covered his chest and breathed a sigh of relief, but they still did not dare to approach him. Such a terrible old illness, not to mention seeing the cause, just looking at it made one's scalp tingle. Can you say something? Yin asked in a deep voice. Long Chun sighed and said indifferently, This illness, only a god-level alchemist can see the peculiarity, but is not impossible to solve. It is not impossible to solve? Long Chin's words made Yin tremble all over. He subconsciously took a few steps forward and said involuntarily, Sir, are you saying that this illness can be solved? I don't just know the solution. Yin already knew the solution to this illness, but he was unable to solve it, and Long Chin's words seemed to be able to solve this illness. Long Chun nodded slightly and said, Tomorrow at noon, I will come back here again. This illness can be cured then. As soon as he finished speaking, Long Chun and Jian Shusan stood up and walked out. Yin was startled. Seeing Long Chun and Jian Shusan turn around, he smiled bitterly. The few people from the Alchemist Guild behind him immediately shouted coldly, Men, take the two of them down for me. Just a few words, and they actually want to escape unscathed. Wait. Yin waved his hand with a bitter smile. Let them go. This old man can see through the black bloodstone, so he can be considered our senior. Even so, he has his own difficulties. Why make things difficult for them? Moreover, he exposed Sun Li's violation of the rules this time, so he could be considered to have performed a meritorious service. The surrounding people looked at the backs of Jian Shusan and Long Chun and sighed endlessly. If it wasn't for Yun's arrival today, perhaps everyone would have really thought that they were god-ranked alchemists. He said he would come back tomorrow, but I'm afraid he won't come back tomorrow. The god-ranked alchemist can see the solution, but I'm afraid he can't. Forget it. This person isn't evil. I think he just had an ulterior motive. Let him go. There are only a few god-ranked alchemists in the whole waste domain. Why would they appear here? Let's disperse. Continue the elixir assembly. The crowd dispersed. Yin looked in the direction Long Chun and Jian Shusan had left and returned to his original place in disappointment. He returned to the northern part of the waste domain, this time only to enter a 3-star ancient clan and enjoy his old age. The elixir assembly was in full swing. Long Chun and Jian Shusan had already left. When they reached the mountain stream, Jian Shusan couldn't help but ask Long Chun, Master, did you really see the illness and know the solution? In his eyes, Long Chun had always been an emperor-ranked alchemist. However, he was a little uncertain now. Long Chun nodded and said, Although I saw this person's illness, if I were to say it out loud, I'm afraid it would be different from what Yin heard from a god-ranked alchemist. At that time, I'm afraid it would be hard to explain. This person is polite, and isn't an evil person. I'll just cure him tomorrow. I'll just cure him. When Jian Shisan heard this, his expression was extremely strange. He couldn't help but ask, I don't dare to doubt Master's words, but Master, is he really a god-ranked alchemist? A god-ranked alchemist was extremely noble. He couldn't believe that Long Chun, with his cultivation, was also a god-ranked alchemist. Long Chun saw that although Jian Shisan said that he did not dare to not believe it, his face was filled with disbelief. He immediately slapped Jian Shisan several meters away. God-ranked alchemist. When I become a saint-ranked alchemist, won't you be scared to death? Long Chun scolded jokingly. Jian Shisan was dumbfounded. When Long Chun saw Jian Shisan's reaction, he continued to tease. What? You still don't believe me? Why don't I teach you the art of alchemy? Let's not talk about God-ranked. With your aptitude, it's very easy to reach Emperor ranked within 5 years. Jian Shisan quickly shook his head and said, I believe you. 13 has no interest in alchemy. Long Chun fiercely rolled his eyes at Jian Shisan. Apart from the broken sword in his hand, there was nothing else in this world that he was interested in. Okay, you go and find a way to get everything in this jade slip. Tomorrow, I'll cure Ouyang Yun's old illness, Long Chun said in a deep voice. Jian Shisan nodded and took the jade slip. He turned around and rushed into the depths of the mountain range. As long as he could cure Ouyang Yun, Long Chun would be able to live up to his title as a god-ranked alchemist. A god-ranked alchemist was enough to shake half of the wilderness. When the time came, as long as those 3 materials existed in the wilderness, Long Chun would be able to get them easily. Long Chun returned to the cave where he and Jian Shisan had agreed to meet. He sat cross-legged and began to think about various alchemy matters. For the next period of time, he would have to claim to be a god-ranked alchemist. He must not have the slightest flaw. Time flew by quickly. It was not until late at night that Jian Shisan returned. Long Chun also began to refine alchemy directly. Jian Shisan saw that Long Chun was about to start refining alchemy and immediately said, Master, these things are all things that can kill people. Can they really be used to refine alchemy? Long Chun smiled and said, Refining alchemy is true, but the alchemy I'm going to refine is a poison pill. Seeing that Jian Shisan was still puzzled, Long Chun waved his hand and motioned for him to leave. The next day, seeing that it was almost noon, Long Chun brought Jian Shisan to Nanyang City once again. It's those 2 people again. They actually came again. Could it be that they really found a way to save Ouyang Yun? Nonsense. I don't think they found a way to save Ouyang Yun. They're here to swindle people. How can there be so many god-ranked alchemists in this world? Everyone may not know, but Ouyang Yun left Nanyang City early this morning. Today, the Shuang clan became a guest elder. Chapter 355. The 3 decrements of Alchemy Long Chun and Jian Shisan came to Nanyang City again. Just as they arrived at the central plaza, they heard that Ouyang Yun had already become a guest of the Shuang clan. The people around them mocked them, and no one paid attention to them anymore. They all thought that they had purposely waited for Ouyang Yun to leave the pill assembly before returning. Jian Shisan frowned and said, That Ouyang Yun actually left. What should we do? Ouyang Yun obviously did not believe that Long Chun could cure his old illness. He only thought that Long Chun said that to get away. Seeing the gazes of the people around them, Jian Shisan was very displeased. Long Chun stood behind him, but his expression did not change. After a while, he smiled and said, Since you and I are here, someone will naturally pass the news to him. The 2 of them sat in their seats and did not refine pills. Time passed by slowly. Although the people around them knew that Long Chun had some skills, they were very disdainful of him pretending to be a god-level alchemist. From late in the morning till late in the evening, no one spoke to the 2 of them. What's wrong with these 2? Ouyang Yun gave them a way out. Could it be that they really think they are important? Pretending to be a god-level alchemist is simply an insult to us. If not, based on the strength of his eyes yesterday, the great clans would not have ignored him. They're not here to join the great clans. They're here to take in disciples. Find a disciple to cheat with? Haha. Seeing that the sun was about to set, the people who were participating in the pill assembly were about to leave. However, not long after everyone had walked out, they actually all turned back in unison. Haha, alchemist Ouyang Yun is back. This time, those two fellows will probably find an excuse to leave. Let's go and watch the show. I want to see how that old and young pair will put their faces. I gave him a way out yesterday, but he still doesn't know when to back down. Everyone sneered as they stared playfully at Long Chun and Ouyang Yun. Ouyang Yun walked over under the crowd's escort. Her face darkened slightly. When he arrived in front of Long Chun, he frowned and said, "Why have you come here? If it wasn't for someone informing me, wouldn't the various clans think that I'm an untrustworthy person? Senior, you should know when to advance and when to retreat. There's no need to make everyone look bad." Ouyang Yun was also a little unhappy. Originally, he didn't come here today to give Long Chun and Long Chun a way out. He didn't expect that the two of them would stay here for another day. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, everyone seemed to be waiting for Long Chun and his companion to leave with their tails between their legs. However, Long Chun coughed lightly and said, "You're not someone who goes back on his words." "Isn't this old man also? I've brought the solution. If you don't believe me, you can leave." When Jian Shan saw Long Chun's appearance, the corners of his eyes couldn't help but twitch. It had to be said that Long Chun was really good at pretending to be an old man. If the two of them were familiar with each other, they probably wouldn't be able to tell. When Ouyang Yun heard this, his face suddenly darkened. He said in a low voice, "I've already given you enough face. Even if you let me leave now, do you think they'll treat you as a god-tier alchemist?" Ouyang Yun obviously thought that Long Chun and Long Chun were insatiable and wanted him to leave. "Alchemist Ouyang, don't give this person any more face. Just accept it and see. I want to know how this person will get out of this situation. Although there's no one presiding over the city's pill assembly, we can't tolerate such nonsense. If he can't cure your illness, we won't let him leave unscathed today." Alchemist Ouyang once said that even a god-tier alchemist can't cure your illness. If he can cure it, then there's really a ghost. Under the urging of the people around, Ouyang Yun saw that Long Chun's expression was indifferent. He frowned and said in a low voice, "Since you insist, then let's do it. I want to see how you're going to cure this illness." Long Chun slowly stood up and said, "Your illness is indeed caused by medicinal pills. It's true that only a god-tier alchemist can see the cure. If I'm not wrong, your luck when you were 40 years old was really bad." Ouyang Yun asked why. Since ancient times, when alchemy was at its peak, there was a saying about the pill Tao's 3 blights. "Do you know about it?" Long Chun continued to ask. Ouyang Yun shook his head, but his frown deepened. He had never heard a god-tier alchemist mention this when he went to the Alchemist Association headquarters. Long Chun seemed to have expected this. He ignored the disdainful and doubtful looks of the people around him and continued to speak. "Alchemists fuse the spiritual objects of heaven and earth, refining the fortune into a cauldron and condensing the fortune into a pill. Therefore, they're envied by the heavens and have 3 blights. The first blight is the flesh. The second blight is the bones. The third blight is the soul. However, after ancient times, alchemy was weak, and the rules of alchemy no longer existed. The 3 blights have long been annihilated, and you just happen to have extremely bad luck to encounter the 3 blights of alchemy that have long disappeared." Long Chun's words were like the evening drum and morning bell. When he finished speaking, the people around him were absent-minded. Ouyang Yun subconsciously asked, "Senior, is this true?" Long Chun smiled but did not speak. He continued, "If I'm not wrong, you should have been refining pills when you got this illness. Moreover, you should have been close to breaking through. Because of the old illness in your chest, only your flesh and blood are like this. Your bones are not damaged at all. Moreover, your whole body is like being slowly cooked. Once you start refining pills, the symptoms will worsen. Ouyang Yun fell to his knees. Long Chen's words were exactly the same as what the god-tier alchemist said that day. "Senior, please save me." Ouyang Yun couldn't help but tremble. He knelt on the ground and kept kowtowing. The people around him were stunned speechless. Long Chen's lips curled into a smile. He said calmly, "If you believe me, then take this pill." Long Chen waved his hand, and a pill bottle landed in front of Ouyang Yun. The moment the pill bottle appeared, a foul stench suddenly spread. There were even traces of dark green in the air, like poisonous snakes. This medicinal pill and the medicinal fragrance left behind when everyone was refining medicinal pills during the day were like heaven and earth. The people around covered their mouths and noses and retreated. Even Ouyang Yun's expression changed drastically. This person is so ruthless. If this poisonous pill is taken, I'm afraid it will turn into a pool of blood in an instant. Alchemist Ouyang, don't listen to this person. This pill is extremely poisonous. Not to mention taking it, I'm afraid the flesh and blood will rot just by touching it. What 3 blights of alchemy? I saw that this person left yesterday to investigate Alchemist Ouyang. He's spouting nonsense today. Ouyang Yun's expression changed again and again after hearing what everyone said. Long Chen was still incomparably calm. He only stared at Ouyang Yun and said, "There are only 2 ways to cure your illness. The first is to die. The second is to never touch any pills in this life, let alone refined pills. If you believe me, this pill is your only chance." That you're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.